Okay. So we still haven't resolved the grassroots sound at home, but we think that it's recording, and Andrew is also going to continue to record our Zoom. We may need to resolve what happens if the first half of our meeting audio is lost. So I don't know what that looks like, and if we need to resolve that right now, or if we resolve that
So I have a question.
at a future date. Yeah, Patty?
Can we then put the Zoom information up so people who've been watching us on Grassroots, if they want to watch it with sound, can go into the Zoom? That would be great.
All right, so we're going to put the Zoom information up for folks. Do you want me to do it real quick, Andrew? I have it.
And we're sorry, John Ely, we're not going to let you start over again.
All right, so Grassroots, just let me know when you go live again, and that way.
Yeah, I got it recording anyway, so we can start. I can do 5, 4, 3.
Okay, welcome back, folks. We are still having some technical difficulties, so we're hoping that the folks can join us on Zoom. That's why the information is displayed here for a moment, and it's always on the top of our agenda. But we'll go ahead, and we are recording this, and we will pick up where we left off. John Ely, if you remember where you were at, please go ahead, and then we'll get to some questions and discussion.
Kelly, if you can take your screen down, I'll put the one I was using up again.
Sure.
Okay. So I was talking about residential impact fees, and what Gabe discovered is that there's a difference between the type of occupant, whether it's a local or a non-local individual or a household, and based on the size, the impacts that are generated, in other words, the employees that are generated from the development, increase dramatically as the house size goes up in a logarithmic curve rather than a straight line projection. In other words, as the house size increases, the employee generated is not a smooth increase. It bends on a graph. So at that point, I think we can get to some decision points for the board. If there are no questions about all of the discussion on the calculus and the code formulas that exist today for housing impact fees.
Okay. Well, let's check in on that. Are there questions for John about the math that he's laid out here? Patty.
Yeah, John, so we have an annual increase based on these calculations, but that means that depending upon where the numbers are, we could have a decrease one year, correct? So it's okay to go up and down.
That's correct.
Okay. The other question I have is, what is quote unquote the value of us bringing in all properties within Pickens County, not just in unincorporated? Is that worth the time and effort to look at those numbers to see how far off or how close we might be?
Absolutely. In fact, let's talk about that in a sec here.
Okay. All right. Thanks, John.
If I can jump ahead of you, Patty, let me just get to the first, perhaps, issue, unless there are other questions.
Francie or Steve, questions, Steve?
So, John, we're talking as if the money collected would go towards affordable housing, but it can also go towards road improvement, can't it also? Like when we were looking at the fire district housing, we were looking at putting the money into potentially into a road improvement or intersection improvement. Right. Is that correct?
That's correct in that we have a road impact fee. So the road impact fee is separate from the housing impact fee. The road fee is used for capital expenses and improvements associated with, roads and transportation. And the housing fee for, the obvious purposes, employee housing. The important point that you bring up, though, Steve, I would focus on is that this is not an affordable housing fee. This is an employee housing fee, in that the fee generated is based upon how many employees or jobs are created from the development. It's not based upon a need for housing generally. So when the question comes up, can we use the impact fee proceeds for, say, senior housing or any other type of housing? And the answer is no. It has to be related to the impact on community infrastructure housing that is caused by the development. And our analysis focuses on the generation of employees. So it's really an employee housing system that we have here.
So could we put the money into our system in Pickens County where we're subsidizing the housing that our employees are purchasing?
We can use that because our employees are part of the overall employment pool. However, we cannot overly emphasize Pickens County employees unless we can say that, for every employee generated out there, or for every 10 employees generated out there, 3 of them are working for Pickens County. I don't think there's any evidence to show that. So there has to be some rough approximation of the number of employees generated in Pickens County employment working for the county versus overall in Pickens County. So this is not a relief package for county employees, but for employees generally in the county.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Francie?
On whom exactly are these fees assessed? I must have missed that somewhere.
They are assessed ultimately on the property owner, although properties do transact fairly frequently here, and so many times the impact fee is paid by the developer that is improving the property. But essentially, it all comes back down to the owner of the property that is applying for and receiving an approval from the county to conduct some sort of development. And that development, if we have it categorized as the type of development that generates employment, in other words, generates jobs, then that owner will compensate the public at large by the payment of this fee. The fee is managed by the county in compliance with state law and is used pursuant to state law to mitigate the impacts of the development from which we exacted or collected the impact fee.
So if the developer creates his own affordable housing as part of his project, does he still have to pay this fee for further? No. Okay. So
No.
you can either do your own affordable housing or you can pay this mitigation fee, basically.
It's a little more involved than that. What the county code sets up is the payment of an impact fee so that the county can manage the creation of employee housing units. However, if the type of development is in a location or on property that is particularly suited for the creation of affordable housing, the property can accommodate it. If the employees generated by the development will be more appropriately housed right where they're working on site, so to speak, then that developer or property owner can approach the BOCC and say, would you waive the impact fee and allow us to create the needed housing on site? And the BOCC can then make the decision as to whether or not to allow that to occur based upon any number of variables, particularly, where the property is located, what type of activities, occurring on the property, et cetera.
Okay.
So that is one alternative to paying the impact fee. Other alternatives include buying down existing housing. In other words, buying existing free market housing and then deeding it to the county, and then the county restricting it to the future use of only employees with a certain income and asset restrictions or requirements. And then the third way for avoiding paying the actual fee is to dedicate real estate. It can be vacant real estate that the county then can take possession of and use it for the development of housing, where the county would then either rent or sell the units that are created on that property. So there are three different ways to get out of the payment of the fee, and all of those methods are within the discretion of the board as to whether or not to accept.
This board?
That's right.
Yeah.
Your board.
And you're going to explain this new chart.
This chart that I just popped up here was my way of cutting in front of Patty's question with an easier question to think about, I guess, until we get to the question of geographic area for housing cost sampling. So based on the fact that there is a distinction between second home occupancy and local occupancy, you can see the impact fee right here. So in this area of these two charts, this is the existing fee today. So for a locally occupied 15,000 square foot house, the impact fee is $100,000, well, a little over $100,000. If it's a second home, the impact fee is almost $500,000. So a dramatic difference, because there is a dramatic increase in the number of employees that are generated, are expected to be generated from a second home versus a locally occupied home. So this distinction is something to keep in mind. And this we can't get away from, because this is what our data of employment generation has revealed and continues to demonstrate. But the decision, the first decision for the board to make is in the percentage of mitigation. In other words, the calculus that we went through a second ago reveals that if you generate a single employee, then you will be responsible for an impact fee of $214,000 and change. The board doesn't have to require the payment of that full amount. The board can require mitigation of less than 100%. And in fact, that's what the board did last year in February. So for a second home, the board requires 100% mitigation down, through all sizes. For locally occupied homes, there is a variable mitigation rate. So for a structure that is 5750 up to 8,000 square feet, the mitigation is only 60%, which yields this fee. From 8,001 to 11,000, the mitigation is 80%, which yields essentially this fee and this fee. And over 11,001 square feet up to 15,000, the mitigation is 100%, which is this fee. Now, if we increase the required mitigation so that it's 100% across the board, local and second home occupancy, then the fee structure looks like this. So there is, and this is the updated figure. So the, let's see here, where can I look? This is 80% AMI, so I don't want to get involved with that just yet. In fact, I think I might have pulled up the wrong chart. Hang on just a second. I am sorry. There we go. So with the current fee here, under the current percentage mitigation that is required in the code, this is the fee as for last year. With the automatic update, an increase of a little over 6% in the variable mitigation required, this is the new fee. So you can see the increases that are going to happen automatically. This number, the high side for a second home at 15,000 square feet is going to go from $486,000 to a little over $500,000 to 519,000 and change. So this, if you get rid of this variable mitigation and just go for 100% across the board, then you can look at this chart and see, well, this is where we are today. And at 100% mitigation for everyone, this is where we would be tomorrow. And so this number here for the smaller, the least example fee for a 51 sized house, locally occupied, we go from almost 17,000 to almost $30,000. The increases, of course, down here don't change from up here because these are all at 100% mitigation already. So the first decision point for the board is whether or not we want to continue with the varying levels of mitigation or want to increase the mitigation to 100%. I guess that.
Can I have a couple of questions before we get to that?
Sure.
Just really quickly, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just wanted to, before we have to make any decisions. Is this a one hearing or two hearing thing?
If the board directs changes, then it will come back to you in a regular meeting for 2 readings and will be adopted by an ordinance. Because this code language and the requirements are embedded within the land use code, there's an additional requirement that the P&Z also review the proposed change and provide recommendations to the board.
Okay, thank you. And then if you build a 2,500 square foot house, are you responsible for the same fee as somebody who builds a 5,700 square foot house?
The fee does not begin to be collected until you go over 5,750. So
Okay,
if you're building anything below that, 3,000, 2,000 square feet, then you're exempt from the collection or imposition of the fee.
Oh, thank you. That's so helpful.
And the reason for that exemption, Francie, is because the data that our friend Gabe collected revealed that there just wasn't that much employee generation that was being experienced for residential structures below that size, and that size being a convenient bench post because it's referred to in growth management so readily, and there is a community acceptance of that level of development. You can build up to that size without TDRs or growth management. You can build that size without housing impacts. It's a convenient sort of benchmark for the imposition of the fee. If the board wants to discuss that now, that's certainly appropriate. But the one comment I would make is that this exercise that we go through and to generate this conclusory figure of $214,532 for this year as being the cost essentially to subsidize the housing for a single employee is reduced when we go below the 100% mitigation requirement in this particular level of development right here, locally occupied structures below 11,000 square feet. The other aspect where a reduced mitigation is required is for all commercial development and all lodging development, and the sort of catch-all unclassified development category. All of that development is only required to mitigate at 60% today.
Okay, so there's a point of discussion for us to decide and give direction on. I guess I will ask a question. Part of our desire in waiting a year on this was to find out if developers would take advantage of the other options. Are we seeing, I don't recall us seeing any decision of the board in the last year asking us to accept employee housing on site or a donation of land in lieu of the fee. Do you have any input along those lines, John?
I don't recall any either, to be honest with you. I know that you will see one tomorrow on the regular agenda.
Well, okay. Okay, so John's request for input here is, do we mitigate at 100% or some lesser amount as we've done for the last year, is the question for the board. Steve?
I would favor leaving the percentages of mitigation of 60, 80, 100%. A big reason we did that was to help the little guys and to help businesses to survive during, these kind of troubled economic times. And it also is encouraging people to have smaller homes and to actually live in their homes and not have it be a second home. So these are kind of social decisions that this fee is driving our desires to, achieve a certain favor parts of the community over other parts of the community is in effect what we're doing. And I'm in favor of people actually living in their homes more than having it as a second home, and also in favor of people having smaller homes. So that's why I would favor keeping the structure we have now.
Okay, Patty?
Yeah, yeah, Steve, I'm in alignment with you on that, but I have a question for John. How do we document locally occupied versus second home? And what happens if that changes? They come in, pay the locally occupied fee, and then a year later they flip it as a second home.
Well, enforcement of the requirement and therefore the collection of the appropriate fee is never a perfect situation. The way the fee is administered today, though, is that there is an assumption every time a home is built that it is second home. If the property owner or the developer wants to restrict the property to being locally occupied, then a covenant is recorded against the property running to the benefit of the county, and then the reduced fee is assessed.
So if they, a year later, sell it as a second home, do they have to come back in and amend that covenant? And do we have the opportunity to collect the fee, or is it a one-time shot for us?
If the property transacts or if the use changes, then the owner of the property can request that we release the covenant, which we would, and then we would assess the balance of the fee. In other words,
Right.
In this situation here, based upon the existing fee, if somebody was building 10,000 square feet for a restricted to only local occupancy structure and paid this amount, $53,708, and now they want it to be available for occupancy by someone who doesn't live here or have a local residency here, then they would have to pay the remainder of the $324,125. In other words, this number minus this is then due. And it would be done not necessarily based on this number exactly. This is a 2020 number. It would be based upon the year in which the covenant or the restriction for local occupancy is lifted.
Okay, so it wouldn't be the current year cost, which would go up, maybe, but maybe it would go down. But the other question real quick again is back to including all properties within the county, not just unincorporated. I don't know how much work that entails for your office. I don't know if that's justified by the value we would gain in looking at those numbers. Maybe not this year, but maybe next year we could have that included. Just for our information to see if we're close or if we're, too far apart, either up or down.
Well, so let's talk about that now, if we can. The calculus for determining the impact fee has already been adopted by the board and is contained in the land use code. If the board wants to amend any of those variables to change the calculus, then we can do so. We simply do it through a code amendment, which, as we were talking with Francie a second ago, it's a two-step reading with the board, adoption of an ordinance after review by the Planning and Zoning Commission. So the I think the easiest amendment to the calculus is a determination of whether or not the board wants to change the variable mitigation rates that was just discussed. Embedded within the calculus for the determination of the fee are a couple of broader assumptions that are utilized in the calculation of the fee. The first one is, as Patty has mentioned a couple times now, the area from which we gather sales data. Right now, it's limited to the unincorporated areas of Pitkin County. We can change that to the entirety of Pitkin County, which would include 3 municipalities. The inclusion of, say, basalt doesn't change the number that much, but the inclusion of snowmass and certainly the inclusion of aspen changes the number dramatically. I don't have comparison figures for that variable manipulation simply because I can't produce that in my office. That's done through the assessor's office. And it takes them a little bit to set up essentially a program that they can run to track the sales data for 3 years and then spit out the changes. But I think that the board can certainly appreciate that there would be a dramatic difference. For example, the market price for an average sized affordable housing unit of 1,100 square feet based on the data for free market sales in Pitkin County is about $700,000. If we use unincorporated county of Pitkin County, if we use the entirety of the county, that number will certainly go up over $1 million. So that would make the difference between what the market has available or what the market prices residential property at versus what can be afforded by the employee. And as that gap increases, then the impact fee increases with it. The other variable that can be considered by the board is the target beneficiary of the impact fee. Right now, it's set up to benefit the theoretical household of 2 making 100% of the area median income. The board can decide to reduce that target level from the 100% to something else. For example, the project that the county is getting close to completion on in Basalt, near the Basalt High School, that is known as Basalt Vista. We are constructing that with a joint venture, including the school district, RE1 school district, and Habitat for Humanity. Those units that are being created down there for the benefit of the county are divided up between units that are available for people making 100% of the AMI, and then the other half of the units are available for people making 80% AMI. So as you reduce the number for income, in other words, if you go from 100% AMI to 80% AMI, you are then increasing that gap, from the other side. Instead of looking at increasing the gap by enlarging the cost of housing, you're increasing the gap by reducing the spending or buying power of the employees that we're targeting. So if we went to 80%.
So hang on, Johnny, before we move on, Lee, before we move on, we don't have direction on the first question yet. So I do want to get direction on that, because I've heard from Patty and Steve that they would retain the stepped 60, 80, 100% application to the locally occupied fee. And Francie and I have not waited on that yet. So I want to wrap that conversation up first. Francie, do you have thoughts?
Yeah,
I can jump in with my too.
Okay, I agree with Steve. I would think that we should take every step that we possibly can, as we committed to do at our retreat, to reduce the size of houses being built, and that this is one way to encourage people to stay under the 5,750 square foot maximum size. So I would I would go for the way we can assess the highest impact, which I guess is the updated 2021 100% mitigation level chart, if I'm not mistaken.
That's where I'm at too, but that differs from what Patty and Steve had said. They had opted to keep where the house size range would only have to mitigate 60%, the next higher range would have to do 80, and then up to 15,000 square feet would do 100. And I'll just jump in and say, I think this conversation related to, do you ask people to fully pay their way, or do you only ask them to partially pay their way? For me, stems to like the Aspen Area Community Plan, where decades ago was decided that we wanted to house 60% of our workforce. So we would only ask for 60% of mitigation. And I guess, I understand that, but I think we've also failed to deliver on that promise, to actually get to 60% of our workforce, and that people should pay their way, and that, there is an incentive to build smaller by avoiding the fee altogether. And there is also the math, which says, hey, if your house is smaller and you're generating less, and so your fee is less. So that's already built into the calculation. Additional I'm just not compelled for the additional forgiveness, I guess, of paying, for people developing to fully pay their way in the impact generated, particularly as we have few tools to make up for that difference in the county. I'm not sure, I don't know where to look to absorb that other 40% for the employees that being generated. What we're essentially saying is, well, that 40% should live down valley, where their affordability gap is smaller. So I would like to see us, move this to a fully pay your way system, which I do think honors smaller impacts where they exist and incentivizes smaller homes to avoid it altogether. So that's where I'm at on this. We're a little bit split here, so I don't know how to move us forward with direction to John. But Steve, go ahead.
So 2 questions. One, what formula does the city of Aspen use for their housing impact fee?
They do not use this type of calculus. They are still employing a calculus similar to the one that the county used to use, which is a construction cost analysis rather than a affordability gap analysis. And there are a lot of different variables that go into that type of calculation. And so you really can't compare them. It's apples and oranges kind of thing.
What does the bottom line look like?
I'm not sure where the city is right now, to be honest with you. This particular methodology was originally developed by APCHA. What was before the recession? I think it might have been 2007, or could have been 2006. It was something that APCHA was leading the way on, but then, and I was excited by it because, quite frankly, this particular methodology that we have in place is very defensible, and therefore, as your lawyer, I like this approach. The city, however, backed out of going forward with this type of methodology around that time. And when that happened, APCHA didn't follow through with it. And we were left with a great little impact fee study that we took advantage of last year. So I'm not sure how the city generates fees based on a size discrimination. The data that we generated to discriminate on size and type of occupancy, the city hasn't explored, so they don't have it structured the same way. But when we tried to do an analysis of employees that were generated by residential development, this is where the data led.
Okay. Second question, John, if we decided to use the 100%, is that a question that has to go back to the P and Z and to change the land use code. I think it's built into our current system that it's up to us on an annual basis that we can adjust the percentage of mitigation required without changing the land use code. Is that correct?
Well, actually, you're not restricted to an annual basis, Steve. You can reevaluate the variables anytime you want. It's just that we set it up to come back to the board once a year because that's when the calculation of the fee would change automatically by virtue of the code language adopted by the board. So, and that's based upon HUD data. HUD only puts out data once a year. We can update information on property sales, interest rates, et cetera, constantly, once a week or once every other day or something like that. But it really doesn't have much meaning without having fresh AMI, area median income data. So we do that once a year. As far as the percentage of mitigation or variable mitigation, you're right, that is embedded in the code. When this methodology was codified by the board last year, the variable mitigation was put into the code at that time. So if we were to change to go to 100% across the board, yes, that would require a code amendment, which would require a trip to the P&Z and then 2 readings by the board at regular meetings.
Kelly?
Yes, Patty.
And I don't know where Francie went, but I want Francie to hear this because she had a question about it in prior discussions. But since she's not here and we're limited on time here, I totally understand where Kelly's coming from as far as 100%. I'm not comfortable doing that right now without looking at all the information about the county as a whole, not just unincorporated. And even perhaps more importantly, I really want to bring back the discussion of our policy decision for the county to only pursue housing outside of the urban growth boundary. Because to me, how can we fulfill any percentage of affordable housing if we don't look at the whole county as to where housing should be, employee housing or affordable housing, but in this case, employee housing. As far as what we're doing at Phillips, it's because Phillips was pre-existing, so we're able to look at that and add some more units there. But if we were going to look at a new spot to put employee housing, we could only do so outside of the urban growth boundary and, within the urban growth boundary. And that really limits us to being able to utilize these monies that we're going to be generating by going to 100%. And I'm not comfortable unless the board revisits that decision and perhaps changes that policy.
Okay, Steve.
So I wouldn't be opposed to going to the 100%, but I agree with Patty. This warrants a broader investigation into it. I'm wondering if it could be tied into the ComDev's look at the whole growth management TDR question, house size question is kind of related to this also, and maybe revising this should be part of that whole greater discussion that is coming this fall.
Francie.
Steve, why would you give people this financial break if they're going over what we recommended as the maximum house size? Is that a act of compassion, or I'm curious to know why you would feel that we should mitigate these fees?
Well, at the time we enacted this, the economy was under a huge amount of stress. We were trying to keep small businesses, give them a break, give smaller people, smaller house size owners a break also. But that's why I say I'd be okay with going to the 100% now, because, a house over 5,750 is still a big house when the average in the whole county is 3,300 square feet. I could agree with you and Kelly that they should pay 100% of what their impact is.
Mm-hmm.
But then I also agree with Patty that this is a bigger discussion about other things also that if we're going to go to the 100%, meaning we have to go to a code change, which has to go through the P&Z and the 2 hearing process. If we're going to all that trouble, we should be looking at the bigger picture, which are the big items that we're looking at this fall with ComDev. That's what I'm thinking, to delay changing this for right now and have it part of the discussion this fall.
But it seems to me like the change is the mitigation. I mean, this was set up to be 100%, and then you changed it to make it easier for certain people. So I would just encourage us to think, well, this is the way it was supposed to be, and then we mitigated. So we could go to the way it was originally designed to be and still have those further discussions, it seems like to me.
John Ely, I have a question. Is it possible that in this ordinance that would, I don't know if this would come back yearly or if if it has to come back yearly for us to update the fee, but is it possible that that stepped mitigation can be part of it? So if it fluctuates and we have a year where our economy is bad, we don't need to go through a code change? It becomes part of this process?
The requirement in state law is that the fee be imposed through a legislated fee calculus. So we can possibly build in some ability to vary the fee based upon some hard data point, but to allow a variation in the fee to be collected based upon a feeling of softness in the economy or a feeling of robust quality in the economy is a little too far off. But if we tie it to a data point like I'm not sure, level of employment or something like that, then we can have it vary or let the board vary it within some range.
Okay. Well, I'm thinking we may need another work session discussion on this. Greg's presence here might help clarify the board's direction because I still feel like we're split. And I do want to allow people to have a lunch break. So I'm gonna make that request and bring it up in future agendas. And then I'll just ask if we spend the next few minutes on the other topic of whether the AMI percentage should continue to be mitigated for a person who can afford at 100% AMI or some other amount. And John had presented 80% of the area median income. So let's just check in on that in case we need to get further information for the next discussion.
Sure. The reason I picked 80% is it's a convenient increment, and it also reflects housing that is going on or being created at Basalt Vista right now. That's the distinction or the discrimination in availability of units that are being created. So if you look at the screen now, this is showing what a 80% AMI would be. So just by point of reference, if we go to 80% AMI instead of 100% AMI, the impact fee for a one singular employee generated by some development goes from $214,532 to $259,286. So it's a healthy jump, but it's not real dramatic. You can see how that is translated to particular or representative sizes of residential development. Here is the current fee structure in 2020. And if we go to 80% AMI for 2021 and maintain the variable mitigation rates, this is how it changes to these levels here, to these levels here. If we went to 100% mitigation, this is how it would change as reflected in these two columns. So it's a, it's a significant adjustment in the fee. But if the board, for example, doesn't feel comfortable ultimately in going from, say, the variable mitigation to a full 100%, then perhaps it's not worth it to consider reducing the AMI target, because we still under the 100% AMI target have room to manipulate and grow the fee that's collected. So that's something to think about. The principal variables for the board to consider are this variable rate of mitigation, and then where we collect the geographic area where we collect free market sales data, the entire county versus just an incorporated area of the county. And do we want to target a lower level of income for folks such that we generate a larger fee to close the gap between what somebody making only 80% of the area median income could afford versus 100% of the area median income to afford. I think you're right, Kelly. I don't think we can really move this along given the time and in the absence of a full board today. I can bring it back at the convenience of the board whenever, and if the board's direction is to generate a comparison spreadsheet of how the data or the fee changes for the area of sales collection, then I will ask the assessor's office and Debbie Payne to do that for us. I didn't want to, like I said, I didn't want to do that absent some direction from the board, because it's a chunk of work for the assessor's office to do.
So let's just jump in. I will note that, DOLA's data shows that you can't afford a home anywhere in Colorado at 100% AMI on your own, and that our regional housing study showed that 60 to 80% of AMI is where the greatest housing need is in our region, which was not called out by Pickens County specifically. But let's do just a quick round robin on this topic. Do folks want to stay at 100% AMI for mitigation, or move to 80%, or do you need more info? Patty?
Yeah, I need probably some more info as to what the housing impact fee would be if we were to go to 80%, because I'm kind of leaning towards supporting that. So I'd like to figure out what the number would be at the end of the day that people would have to be paying in for their mitigation fee. The other question I have too, real quick, for further discussion is, John, if we have anything in writing about the policy decision made by the board, I don't know when it was, sometime in early 2000, about where we were going to be looking at putting housing within the urban growth boundary, I'd like to see what we actually stated in that so we can have a more informed discussion on whether or not we want to change that policy.
And I'm adding it to my list.
Thank you.
Other thoughts on the AMI? Steve or Francie? Francie.
Well, I guess I would be in favor of going to the 80% as well. It does, if we are at the 100% mitigation level, it does create a very significant increase in fees. However, if you think about somebody who's planning to build rather, a really large house, and we've seen this many times, these kinds of figures don't mean the same to those people as they do to us. So, and then if it's a locally owned person, all they have to do is drop down 2 square feet and save themselves $36,000. So, I mean, I'm not inclined to have us make a lot of accommodations to reduce the size of the fee, which might be interpreted as our encouraging people to build bigger houses. I sort of said that backwards, but.
Thanks, Francie. Steve?
So I'd be open to looking at the 80% for the AMI. I mean, what Francie just said makes a whole lot of sense, and what you said makes a whole lot of sense. I kind of need to cogitate on it a little bit more and crunch the numbers a little bit more to see, in light of the this huge building boom we're having going on now, if we could get some figures from ComDev in terms of the building permit applications, what size of houses are people building right now, and this current housing boom might shed some light on the whole question too.
Okay, thanks, Steve. Yeah, I mean, I'm inclined, we have so few tools to really address this community problem that is just very manifest. So I think we need to put some muscle behind the tools that we have, and that's my inclination to support a fund that would help, you know, folks at 80% AMI to afford housing here. Okay, so, and I've taken down notes, and John Ely, you and I can get together about when to schedule a follow-up discussion on this. And I thank you all for letting us go late on this important topic, and apologies to the public for our technical issues. We are going to, John Ely, is there anything else? I was going to break for lunch unless you need further direction on anything.
No, I've got everything written down too, and Kelly will go over it together. And as soon as we can schedule it, we'll bring this back to the board to try to hash out where to go next. So, thank you very much.
All right, we're going to break for lunch, and we'll be back at 1 o'clock to talk about our Fly Quiet program. Thank you.
Thanks. You win some and you lose some.
Oh. Francie dropped off, so we'll just give her another 2 seconds to join, and then I'll have Grassroots send us live. Okay. Okay.
I mean, without audio, it's pretty pointless.
Okay. What will people see?
So just make sure that
Yeah, no, I got it. What will people see from home?
they see the stream, that
Mhm.
then go to the webinar,
Okay,
to Zoom.
got it. Okay. All right, folks. Well, we are going to go live here. We don't have a TV feed as we're having audio difficulties. So folks are joining us on Zoom and watching from home on our Zoom. So with that, I will go ahead and welcome everyone back to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, May 11th, reconvening after our lunch break, and we are moving into discussion about the Fly Quiet program at the Aspen Pickens County Airport, and I'll turn it over to Rich Engelhardt. Hi, Rich.
Great. Hi, Kelly. Thank you, Chair and members of the board. It's always a pleasure to be able to come to you with different programs that gives you a report out of kind of what's happening at our airport. We did miss a year last year. We had talked about a presentation for the data, but it was when COVID hit, so we just put it on hold. So you're going to see a combination of some work that has taken place since that point in time. But it's my pleasure to introduce a couple of gentlemen that have been involved with Aspen Airport for years. Rick Dunkelberg joined Mead & Hunt, who is the contractor who we contract with to do this type of work for us. He, I believe, joined in 2012. And he's also been a part of a number of studies, our Part 150 studies that have taken place out at the airport. We've had EA environmental assessments done out there. Rick has been involved in a lot of that, and he's also involved in our emissions side of it. In fact, we're going to be having discussions about expanding that opportunity based on the Common Ground recommendations and coming up with some solid tracking for emissions. We're working with Cindy's department on that. So more to come there. And then he's got a colleague, Paul Dunholder, that has been with Mead & Hunt now, but also is the president of Bridgeton International. They've got a long history with doing these type of programs around the country, and Paul has really been a pleasure to work with. Whenever we do get calls, I turn to Rick, he'll send me to Paul, and we'll just chat through it and kind of see what we have related to complaints that we do receive sometimes with noise challenges at the airport. I will let the board know I wrote in the AIS. One of the things I did a little differently this year before I introduce these two and we get into the program is that one of our constituents that lives in Woody Creek has got a real interest in this. I did flip the report prior to finalizing it to that individual for review, and some great feedback. It ended up changing a couple things in the report, and it is included in your packet. There's a list of questions that Mead and Hunt then went back, answered quite a few of them, and also showed that we needed to prepare a little additional work. I did send over a number of documents, so I think we've met a lot of those conditions, probably not all of them, but I just wanted to let you know that we had kind of a pre-look at this in advance. So with that, Rick, I'm going to turn it over to you. I know they have a slide presentation to go through, and I'm hoping the board will have some questions that will finish this out. So you got about 43 minutes. I took a couple of your time. So,
Okay.
Rick, I'll turn it over.
I can share my screen now. Is that okay?
Yeah, show the first slide.
Okay.
And I'm just going to jump in and note that
Sure.
Matt Whitelock, right? Did I have that, say that right? Okay, from the airport has joined us here in the room as well. So if there's opportunities for him to give us input, we'll invite him up to the table.
Great. And I think, Kelly, Matt is there. He's going to be joined with a few others for your second part of this presentation. So
Okay.
they wanted to join you live on the transportation side of it.
Fantastic. Thank you.
You
Okay,
bet.
thank you, Chair, members of the board. As Rich said, I'm Rick Dunkelberg with Mead and Hunt. And before I hand it over to Paul, who is the acoustical engineer and the real kind of geek guy of all the work we do, I just like to put the program in context for those of you who don't have the history. We have been preparing the Fly Quiet program for about the last 20 years or so. And the intent of the Fly Quiet program was to identify and deal with general aviation aircraft only. The Fly Quiet program does not address the commercial service aircraft because in the beginning, the main concerns we had were with the variety of general aviation aircraft operating at the airport. And for the most part, we've had just one dominant commercial service aircraft, be it the BA 146 years ago or now the CRJ 170. So there's not a lot of leeway dealing with the commercial service aircraft at this particular point in time. We have added a few things since the last time that I spoke to you all a couple of years ago. And as Rich said, because of COVID and some other things, we really haven't presented a lot of this information. But this presentation will be a compilation of several years worth of data and information. We have added some new elements. One is a evaluation of not only older stage 2, but also stage 3 aircraft. We have added a new high noise level metric, which we are lowering it from the last metric, which Paul will explain in just a minute. And then we've also added an evaluation of arrivals on runway 33. And that's a new element which we are adding. Now, one thing you'll see is that as we go through this, we refer to it as the Fly Quiet, Fly Green, or Fly Clean, Fly Green program. And the intent of that was that a few years ago, we had discussed the ability to add emissions modeling to this program, because the program that lets us evaluate the noise levels also lets us evaluate the emissions of those same aircraft in the same manner. So we can add, if it's your all's desire, a element of the emissions inventory as we move through this. So that's just some food for thought. With that, I will hand it over to Paul, and we'll go through this fairly quickly and then have plenty of time for questions and answers at the end. Okay, Paul?
Okay. Thank you, Rick and Chair and members of the board. First, is my screen showing okay? You do see a screen up and all, so okay.
Yes, we can.
Great. So let me see if it'll advance. There it is. So the Fly Quiet Fly Green program, I'm going to run through the presentation that was provided to you with hopefully a little better explanation. And I've got 4 little video clips that I'll play during it too that kind of help illustrate it. So as Rick mentioned, the program elements are the corporate jets. It's not the commercial CRJ that SkyWest flies in. It's the corporate jets in there. Can we influence their operations to be a little bit quieter? We're presenting 3 years of information here just to have it here to comparative, and it's all in the back information. And really there's a little bit different types of corporate jet owners. Since you're trying to influence how they operate and compare against others, we tried to categorize it by the type of ownership or operator. And first is what's called the Part 135. And those are the ones that are fractional. They fly in like net jets. Or a commercial fleet where they all fly under the same flight number, EJA 123, and they'll all be under EJA. And those, some that there's just a lot of those, group those by 3 or more departures per year, or those that are less than 30 for the ones that don't come in as often. Kind of do that comparative. And then the single operator, that's an individual person, corporation, or whatever, that flies in and out of here relatively regularly, but it's an individual flight. It's not a corporate or a fleet type of thing. It'd be an individual plane. And those are differentiated because they will fly under basically an N number. It'll be under N 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or if it's foreign, another similar one and such. But that's how we group them to kind of compare. And then the elements of the Fly Quiet program, and can you guys hear me okay? Does my sound okay?
Yeah, I think we can hear you fine.
we can hear you fine.
Okay, great. So the one is the fleet quality. How loud are the planes themselves? Can you influence them to be quieter, have them fly their quieter planes or replace their older plane with a quieter one? That's one of the measures. Second is we've got a noise monitor in Woody Creek that we measure. Can we reduce how often loud noise events are generated? Doesn't reduce the number of events, but the number of times the louder ones occur. As Rick mentioned, the minimized use of runway 33, that's when they go around and land basically from the south. So they'll fly over really the town and come back up to the north. And I'll show a video of that. And try and also acknowledge those that have done the most improvement, who's made some change over time. So we do have a noise monitoring system that we've installed for you. I know it's been there a number of years, but there's been a lot of advancements to it in terms of the quality and information we're able to collect. And the big change is the FAA now has what's called ADS-B surveillance, which means the radar now is extremely precise, where before it was more of a rough kind of coverage kind of thing. So we get really good coverage of your operations. So here's just an example. The departing tracks, there's a departing flight in the orange, taking off to the north from the airports down here, flying to the, north and then to the west. Green are these green lines coming out of the arrivals. This is the noise monitor right here at Woody Creek, continuously measuring noise. You see it as this plane takes off. You see the noise increase as it goes overhead, gets to 70 and drops back down. We correlate and link that sound to that particular plane that caused it. So that permanent monitor is measuring every 1 second what value it's getting. We get radar data constantly, and then we link them two together. So we know now what's happening pretty confidently compared to maybe 3 years ago, it wasn't as good. Now here's a Falcon 50, a louder stage 3 taking off. You can see how much he's a good 10 dB louder than something else. So those are ones, he's a high noise event that we're flagging and saying we want to, get rid of those. Here's the CRJ going off SkyWest, it's quieter, get a noise event from that. There's SkyWest coming in, there's his noise level continuing, and we're measuring that, correlating to it. You can see the timing is pretty precise as when you get in a plane going overhead and that noise level coming up. So that's what we're continuously measuring, correlating that kind of information, saying we want to get rid of those high events as much as possible. And we want to get rid of those planes that generate greater noise. Rick mentioned the stage 2 aircraft certification. 2 is the older ones. They are they are banned from the United States to operate. But some have been hush kitted, so they're still operating a little bit quieter. Hush kit means they add a little kit that makes them a little quieter, but still a louder plane. There's not many of them left. Those were very prominent in your valley 10 years ago or so, and we'll show that change. Stage 3 is the next quieter. 4 and 5 are the quietest. Here's just showing kind of a moving footprint of that noise generated from that plane taking off, kind of spreading around. This is an old G3. You know, they occasionally you do get some here, but it's a bigger footprint, that instantaneous noise as he takes off, flies to the north and such. And it's a little bit different here because the terrain affects the propagation of the noise. So now, you know, the planes we're encouraging, this is a Citation X, a much smaller noise footprint comes from that. So again, this is notional, but what the program is to try and discourage the older planes that are louder, use the newer planes that are quieter. They still generate an event that's measurable, hearable, people experience it, but it does provide an improvement. And the last thing in the video is the arrivals on runway 33. They'll be coming in somewhat like a similar arrival to runway 15, but they'll go around, come up to the south and come in and land. And those don't happen that often, but it has been identified as something that can be a little more annoying or flies. It's a little bit different out of normal pattern. You have little planes doing it pretty regularly, and it's often needed because of wind. If the wind is strong, they'll want to land into the wind. So those are careful, but we are tracking those and such if they occur or not. So again, that's the fleet quality, the quieter planes, get rid of those high noise events and minimize runway 33 arrivals.
So I think you asked it for us to hold questions until the end. I just want to confirm that. Okay.
If that's okay?
Yes,
Yes.
no problem.
Okay. So there are some definitions. Real quick, DNL is that cumulative overall contour. We're not really talking too much about it here. Single event is how loud is an individual flight, but you add in the duration to it. It's the peak sound and the duration. That's the measure we use for individual flights going overhead. The stage, this is how a plane is certified by the FAA for noise. And they operate a little differently, but when they build the plane, they have to do a test under certain conditions to compare the different ones. So that's how it's certified. Fleet noise quality is really how we kind of come up with a school scoring system to try and compare with different ones. And then high noise events. You know, we used to have a noise event that was above 90 or not, and now we've lowered it to 85. This SEL metric to try and capture more, you know, planes to try and get rid of those. There weren't many above 90 the last couple of years, so we've lowered that threshold. So the fleet quality is a measure, it's kind of a, you know, let's start with a marginal stage 3. This red line is a certification level to be a stage 2. You can see, and then the blue is how did the plane certify, and a point on takeoff, on approach, and to the side. And this Beechjet, the E40, you know, is under it, but not by a great deal. And we're here, this is the Citation jet. Same sort of thing, same limit. How did it test out? It's under it by much more. So we're encouraged, so we add these up, this delta, and say that is, we want that number bigger, more, so that it's quieter than the limit. And the more of those, the better. So that's how we score and scale the relative difference of the corporate jet. So the fleet quality rating and high noise events, the operations greater than 30 a day, we have a scoring, 0 to 10, 10 being best, 0 being the worst. How did they do? In 2018, ExoJet was the best, Sun Devil in 2019, and Omni. So we tracked who did that. Sun Devil is still right at the top. Bombardier jets. So Bombardier has 900 departures per year of their fleet of planes, and they're pretty well the quietest that they can buy. They're kind of up at that top. And there is a little bit, sometimes that delta between these mid-range planes isn't a huge amount. They're relatively similar, but that's kind of what we're getting in the scoring. So we take and say, did they generate a high noise event? Did they arrive on runway 33? And how is the quality of their planes? And did they get much better over the last few years and such? So we add those up. It's kind of a messy number system, I'm sorry, but we do show a little bit of improvement of the airport wide as well too. So a little bit of that trend and things, but that's the operators that operate a lot of flights under the same number. So similar for those that don't have very many flights, these are smaller number of operations. They come in, maybe 10 a year, 1 a month type of thing, similar type of scoring. We try and categorize those. And then the last is the individual operators, which would be who comes in by an individual plane that has been quiet over time. So we're just showing here the best of them, those type of people here. So a lot of the fly quiet is to try and acknowledge those that are the best and how to promote that and say you've done a good job. But then we also point out who's not doing the best. So, and then in terms of who's not doing the best, these are those operators. Again, this is the operators that fly under a fleet. And for example, those that fly that Falcon 50 or Beech 40, those type of planes that I showed you score the least and have a low score here of 2 to 3 instead of 10 we're showing on the others. We identified who those are for 2020. So in the past, we didn't count these stage 3, we counted them, but we didn't highlight them. And then the last year or two, we're starting to highlight those that are what we call marginal stage 3s. So, it does meet the stage 3 requirement, but they're not the best. There's stage 4 and 5 and higher 3s that are better. The trend of the louder corporate jets year over year, if we look at the what I call build stage 2, they're like that loud plane we showed you, the G3 moving footprint. In 20,000, and Lear jets were very similar, the 24 or 25. They're like 1,000 to 1,600 flights a year. They built up, and then they started the downward trend to just, 5 or 10 per year, and they get there now. So that's what we had. And then we added in, okay, the higher stage 3. How's that? That's those Falcon 50s, Beech 40s, Saberliners, like that. They're, again, around 1,200 per year in 2013, down to about, 780 or so, like that. So a trend down, still a fair amount of them, but the goal is to influence getting rid of those, like that. So, so we have some of the things of kind of an overall scoring. We look at a noise contour. That's that contour that land use planning contour. We're not showing it necessarily here, but how did it change in terms of noise, annual DNL? What we've measured at the size of that contour, how many noise events, these stage 2, stage 3. So the noise level at that Woody Creek site has come down over time. It's been somewhat steady 90, just a few now are occurring of that extra loud. But we're measuring now to even lower levels. You know, the size of that contour is somewhat smaller, but stabilized somewhat. We'd like to influence it to get quieter as new planes come into service. You know, the build stage 2 is very small, you know, less than a few tenths of percent. You know, the high stage 3 is around 3% or so. We're showing the trend now. So those are things we kind of try and measure of a way of saying, is it getting quieter, you know, or louder, or what is the trend going on in terms of the operation of individual flights? And maybe kind of a summary, and then we can go to questions, but, you know, the fleet quality shows a trend of use of new generation aircraft. The older build stage 2 are pretty much gone. The louder stage 3 is still around, but diminishing. It is getting quieter. You know, the quieter planes are much more similar in sound and such. There are new generations now coming out to hopefully start to improve that number. The number of high noise events has also been reducing. There's a higher threshold and the lower threshold we've been using. You know, they still are measurable events, even the quieter planes. You do hear them, we can measure them, and we do measure them, but they are quieter than they have been in the past. The number of corporate jets landing on runway 33, which is the one to the south, that's showing increase last year. They're averaging 0.6 per day about every other day. It used to be 0.4 per day. Again, so that's around arrival every other day. A lot of times it's winds, other times they may have depression. It will occur during visual conditions. And then I think one of the things important to point out, Fly Quiet really has no ability, like you, the airport, to control the number of operations of the airport. You know, you can't stop someone from coming in. So the goal of the Fly Quiet is to, those that do come in as quietly as possible, to bring their quieter planes operating as quiet as they can in a way that we can measure. And that's really the Fly Quiet. So sometimes the noise can still increase as operations increase, and people respond to that, of course. But what we're trying to measure is, can we influence those that do operate here to operate in a quieter manner than maybe they had in the past, or as quiet as they can possibly do. So that's really a run through of the presentation. I can go back into the slides or any questions people have, or Rick and I are here available for some questions.
And
Okay.
Paul, let me just add a little context right before we go to questions, is that Paul mentioned the DNL contour, the day-night noise level contour, and that's an average cumulative contour. And when we first started the program, this board directed us to go beyond what the FAA recognized. And the FAA recognizes the 65 DNL noise contour as being a threshold contour for noise mitigation. And the board recognized that that really doesn't tell the right story in the valley. And so they asked us to look at metrics that would better explain how noise affects the folks in the valley. And that's why we don't put a lot of stock into the DNL contour, but we really use the high noise events and the stage certifications, because the board wanted to go beyond and above what the FAA requires. So when you compare an environmental assessment, which is per FAA requirements, we don't address the same issues in the EA that we do in Fly Quiet, because Fly Quiet goes beyond what the FAA requires.
Okay, thank you. Okay, questions from the board, our presenters, Steve and then Greg.
I'd be curious to see the comparison of the CRJ 700 to the private, like the corporate jets. Do you have a slide that shows the footprint, that sound footprint as they're taking off was very revealing in terms of the impact on how great of an area of land. Do you happen to have something like that that would show a CRJ taking off?
You know, it's kind of, I don't have one created right now. I could get one for you and share that, and Rich could share that with you and do that. That'd be no problem. To give a comparison, it's pretty similar to the corporate jet, a medium loud corporate jet. You know, they're slightly louder on departure than an average corporate jet. They're nowhere near as loud as that really loud one I showed you. You know, it's kind of in the middle range. And then an arrival, they're actually slightly quieter than an average, I'm not sure. So they're kind of almost the same as a corporate jet now, because you got a lot of big ones coming in, the big Gulfstreams, the big Globals, and they're almost the same noise, really, yeah.
Okay, and I realize that the commercial pilots, they probably don't vary their routine hardly at all coming in and out of Aspen, because they do so many repeats on it that they would have it really wired the best flight pattern and everything they need to do. Also, there's way fewer of them than there are the private and corporate planes coming in and out of Aspen, so the noise impact would be less, but still, we talk so much about the noise that the new regional jets create, or how much quieter they are actually was what the discussion was, and so that made me curious about that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they, as you point out, they do, they're well trained and, stable. So they like to have what's called a, repeatable stabilized path. So the power is not adjusted as much, like a corporate jet may need to adjust power more, which brings a little more loudness, so that there's more variability in a corporate jet. SkyWest actually has what's called a flight procedure that they fly of themselves that gives them a real stable path too, that they're trained in, and the plane's computer flies it effectively too. So it's real. So you don't see as much variability with them as you do with the corporates.
Okay, Greg, go ahead.
Great, thank you. This is great. Well done presentation. It's interesting to see the video. The graphical representations really are helpful. Just commenting on that approach on runway 33, looks like a fairly tight approach. And the ones that concern me often usually happen on a Sunday afternoon when you're at the music festival with 1,200 other people, and they come in and they make a big banking turn right over the music tent, and everybody looks up to hear them as they overwhelm the Mahler's Fifth Symphony. And you just wonder, there are times when the wind is blowing up the valley and they have to land that way. But what you're showing here is that we have a 50% increase in arrivals for corporate jets on runway 33. I'm wondering how many of those are actually optional, and if we can do anything to incentivize them not to come in over the community, because that really is when it gets everyone's attention in the upper valley. That was my first question, is what can we ask them or point out if it's not a safety and air window? The next question I had was, what are we doing to recognize and reward the best behavior in the quietest aircraft? And I don't recall ever seeing a public notice of who was the noisiest, who was the quietest. And I'm wondering if that's something we should consider. And then finally on the, I was just looking on your noise charts. 2004 seemed to be the quietest activity, just looking at those charts. And I'm wondering why 2004? Well, how can we interpret what that's telling us?
Probably the economy. A lot of the economy drives the noise, the amount of flights, of operations, things like that, be my guess. You had a drop in, commercial operations and corporate. That'd be my guess.
I was thinking that, but it doesn't match up with the years, right? Or the recession, was the recession 2004 or was it 2006? Anyway, I was just looking, that didn't make sense, because I was thinking about economic activity.
And I don't know, that's a good question. There's been an up and down on the commercial service at the airport. Sometimes, the airlines, there's a time that kind of switched to flying turboprops. And it might have been during that phase too. I really don't remember. The corporates weren't as active back then as they are today. It was much more commercial operation noise. But it might have been a phase where there was a period of time that the old, what was that, BA-146 that got dropped. They sold that plane off, and then they didn't necessarily have a plane to bring in here, and I think they ended up doing a lot of turboprops for a while.
Yeah, for several years they were flying the Q400s in there without any jets.
Yeah.
Okay, that would probably make the difference there. I'm trying to make that connection. Thank you.
Yeah.
Then just regarding the runway 33 arrivals.
But that will be another time for me to get to Rich to share with you then. So, and then you asked a few questions, and I'll start with them, and then let me hand it off to Rick, who's better at some of these. But first, in terms of the 33 arrivals, you're right, that one was a tighter one. They will come pretty wide and circle right over the music festival area. It is not, quote, it's coming in visual, so there'll be a lot of range of how they fly it. And so you're right on that. And it has increased. We do have the ability, we're collecting, and it kind of got, under COVID, I think we're not doing it right now, we'll get it back in, is the wind data. So we'll know the wind during when everybody operates, and then we could look at that and say, hey, it wasn't a tailwind at that point in time, wasn't a heavy wind, so we could then send out little notices to those that operate at that point in time, that when wind wasn't really a factor. But yeah.
That might make a significant difference for noise over the city of Aspen in the Upper Valley.
Yeah, we've got the ability now, Paul is right, we can identify the winds and identify the operator, and then we can send out letters saying, it appears the winds did not favor that, was there a reason for that? And then also, just ask them to please avoid any of those arrivals because it's more annoying to the folks in Aspen.
I think Patty has a question on this
I
topic.
just want to add to that. I don't know if the board's aware, but the last year before COVID, I had a constituent up in the Tyhack area who had a spec home for sale and was concerned about the use of 3.3 and the increased numbers and the change in the flight path. Sometimes they come over my house, it's in the east end. It was never consistent in what the flight path really was. But John Peacock and Rich, I think John Kenny was involved in this, was talking to the tower to see what the justification for use of that, because it was always my understanding it was based on wind, and some days there was no wind at all, and there were planes using that flight path coming in from over the city of Aspen. Tower pretty much said all the pilot has to do is call in and say, I'm flying over town, and the tower says, okay, go for it. So I talked with John and John to see if we couldn't come up with a plan, a program, where they actually had to submit justification when they came in, just give them some paperwork that they had to do just to make it less convenient for them. A lot of times it's just that whoever was on board their private jet wanted to fly over town and look at the spec house or fly over their own home or whatever reason. So we tried, and we're pretty much told by the tower it was out of their hands, and trying to follow up with it, we never really got very far. It was pretty much just up to the pilot and the tower saying hello. Rich is waving his finger at me going.
No, I was just going to say, Patty, I believe that suggestion was put in place. We require now, or we ask pilots if they are going to take that different approach out, that they've got to file that.
So we did
we're finding some inconsistencies at times that they did leave without that proper paperwork, but I believe that program had been put in place now to try to make it a little bit more difficult for that to happen. But we are finding, and we do get the complaints whenever they come in over Aspen, we hear them, and so our staff will get those. They get them via the website. They'll verify, and it is really 90% of the time it is the wind, but there are those one-offs, and those are the ones we need to try to really try to avoid as best we can. Because I think there's some just like to fly over Athens to the view.
Yeah, well, that's really good to know, Rich, because it was something that I thought and suggested, so I'm glad to hear that we are putting it into effect or trying to, and so maybe that limits the amount of people we have to contact at the end of the day, or those who we know flew in using 3.3 but didn't file the paperwork. Yeah, because the tower was not a lot of help in trying to control that, so I'm glad to hear that we are doing our best. So that's really good to know, Rich. Thank you.
You bet, Patty.
And additionally, Patty, before this ADSB, which started in 2020, the radar coverage that we had wasn't as good a quality, so we didn't actually know for sure which runway you came in. When you came out on 3.3, you'd drop below the coverage and we'd lose them. But now we do know that, so it's better ability to track it than you could have back before. So I think that's good to follow up on. So thank you for bringing that up.
That's great to know. And for Rich, and I know John Kenny was very familiar, and our new airport director is probably going to hear it from me. They literally, when they're flying outside that flight path, are right over my house. And I live right up against Smugglers, so the noise is pretty significant. And it's usually I call and say, who was that flying over? So don't be surprised if you hear from me. So thank you.
So I'm going to jump in just with a question about this. Where is the monitor for the arrivals on 3.3? Is that separate from Woody Creek?
Noise
thought
monitor?
someone would ask me that question, so I thought I would just bring it up on, at least I had it there a second ago. Well, and I had it on the map and then I closed it. But it's on Wood Road.
That's Snowman's Village.
It used to be in, remember
That's
Don
near me.
Lemos, you know, our famous
He was Woody Creek.
for many years. It used to be in Don Lemos's backyard.
Oh, Paul, I think the question was the monitor for the arrivals on 3.3.
Right.
I'm sorry, on 3.3, we have one just, for measuring it's up, we put one up Buttermilk, up on the hill at a residence.
Okay.
And then there's also one at the affordable housing. We don't necessarily have one right now deep, farther into the city, which we are open to adding one. If we've got an available spot, we could set one up there.
Okay.
So,
We'll
that
recruit
might be
for you.
something.
Yeah, well, I can think of a really good spot, actually.
Okay.
Thank you for that. We only have a few minutes left, and I want to make sure all commissioners have a chance to ask questions. So Francie, go ahead, and then I have, I think, 2 more.
I don't have a question. I just wanted to thank you, Paul, for those incredible graphics. It was an amazing presentation, and the graphics were so helpful. That footprint of the sound was just really cool. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was neat.
And then I would like to know, I noticed in your graphs that we saw, NetJets had like 2,400 operations in 2019, and then they fell off the chart in 2020. And so I'm wondering what happened in assessing their operations. And I can...
They ended up, with a little bit louder fleet in 2020, so I'm not really sure why. And then they had a drop in their demand. I'm not really sure. I'd have to look at it more carefully and things, but I believe it's more, they had gotten rid of a certain type of plane and ended up coming back in here more. So like they ended up having more of those Beach 40s, which had them come down. So, which again, I think is part of the flight quiet, which, I think Greg had the question that I wanted Rick to be able to respond. How do we acknowledge the better operators? Like NetJets didn't do such a great job this last time. You need to let them know, because they do want to do a better, be higher in that list and be acknowledged and things like that. So I think that might be, if we got time, if Rick's got a minute on how that, and maybe some suggestions from the board of how to go forward to better promote, these findings.
Yeah, that's a good point, Paul, in that right now, we write letters to both the good operators and the bad operators and let them know. Now, some of the things we've discussed with the board previously, but we never have really concluded, is how to let the operators know that they've done a good job. How do we acknowledge them? And some of the ideas we've thrown around are, having an annual presentation at the BOCC level and handing out a certificate, or at least acknowledge them through some kind of resolution, and then publishing that in the paper and letting the folks know. Now, we have had some inquiries from people that we've sent letters to saying, they're not really good operators. We've had people then email back and say, what can I do to improve my score? What can I do to do better? And in a lot of those instances, it is, you need to buy a quieter airplane, or you need to fly a quieter airplane in here. But, one thing that we'd like to get some direction from the board is, do we want to have an annual program where we have a specific resolution, let those folks know, publish it in the paper, make it widely known? Part of the discussion we had was for the poor operators, do we want to publish those, or do we just want to acknowledge the good operators? So that was part of the discussion, which we never concluded.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I will say I am still a little confused how they went from 2,400 operations to fully falling off the chart the year prior, unless their noise rating really tanked from 8 point something under 6.8 in a year. So I guess that's a little unclear to me still. But we can get an answer for that as a follow-up. So I'll go to the board for the brainstorming request here. So I saw Greg and then Steve, please.
Great, thanks, Rick, for bringing that up. I would suggest that we do some sort of a recognition of noise, or maybe quietness. It'd certainly be great to celebrate that and reward if there's really any significance for it to the people we're trying to get to. And also we could consider publishing the bad apples as well once they hit a certain threshold. But I guess I think I'd be looking towards staff to come back with recommendations on ways to do that. Because I don't have a clear picture of that right now. I did seem to notice I didn't see a lot of familiar company names on the corporate listings you had there from year to year. So I'm wondering just how effective it would be. But I'm all in favor of trying to make it more public.
Thanks, Greg. Steve?
So one thought I had was, and it might not be legal by FAA rules, but if we could have some kind of a drawing, like the quietest aircraft that landed during the course of the year gets one free waiver of landing fee in the coming year. Or if there's a bunch of them that are kind of equal, you have a drawing at an annual recognition. One company is going to get one free landing at Aspen. That would be, I think, a terrific incentive for them to, be proud that they are quiet and have, a little bit of a financial recognition for it. The noisiest aircraft I ever heard flying over Aspen was not a civilian aircraft, but it was, the one I thought it was Colorado Air National Guard. It turned out it was Air Force Academy, and the airport reported, that's just a local kid who graduated from Aspen High School, and he goes to the Air Force Academy, and he's buzzing his hometown with a couple of his buddies in other jets, and they flew really low right over town, and that was 100 times noisier than the noisiest other aircraft I've ever heard. What can we do to regulate, or can we regulate anything to do with military aircraft?
The short answer to that is nothing.
Steve, I called on that one. I called on that one. I was standing at the top of Aspen Mountain when their friends said they're coming by any minute. They knew exactly when. It was 3 jets that came by almost on top of Aspen Mountain, all Air Force, headed over to Colorado Springs. I called on it. It was my understanding with John Kinney that they some gentlemen got a talking to when they landed their jets back in the Air Force Academy. But yeah, it was pretty disruptive.
Yeah, that's about the best you can do is call the commander and let him know, and then they'll do what they need to do.
So I'd like to wrap up here, but I think I will say I'm curious maybe for our next report. It seems like we're getting diminishing returns with all of the effectiveness of this program. And so I'm wondering if there are other things that our board should consider thinking about that would, take us to the next level on achieving these goals. And I guess I'm wondering, are there aviation improvements that we should be thinking about that would help achieve bringing in the newer levels of planes or having them fly quieter flight plans, et cetera. So just something to think about. And then I know at the start of this, you had poised the topic of an emissions program, which I think we're all eager to embark on. We don't unfortunately have time to talk about it now, and I think it would be a great topic for our airport advisory board, which we are hoping to convene this summer to take up. And so those are kind of my last thoughts, and I'll turn it over to Rich for his wrap up.
Good, thank you, Kelly. We do have some takeaways. I think Paul and Rick and I will certainly get back. We'll get Dan into the mix on this. We've got some more information that we'll bring back. I can tell you a couple of quick things. Kelly, to your point about that next level, I think this would be a great one for your advisory board as well. To take a look at those common ground recommendations, come up with some thoughts alongside you in parallel with this board of some of your thoughts. So we can strengthen it for sure. And I will let you know that since I've been at the airport, 2 different occasions I've written letters, written them to both the good and the bad providers. Those are provided to me, they're sent out. I only heard back from one just recently that was actually one of the good guys, said, hey, how do you publicize this? And we said, well, we do this. We have a presentation to the board. We're also talking about posting that on our website. But they do want some type of recognition because it helps their marketing. Aspen is a big item for them. And if they can put that in their marketing plan some way, I think they'd be willing to do that. So I appreciate this board saying, hey, let's elevate that. So we'll come back with some thoughts and some ideas.
Great.
But overall, I just want to thank Rick and Paul. They have done a great job of tracking this for us. We even went so far to track the E-175 when they tested it here. So we do have some information. If that ever comes about, we already have some information that we can turn to look at it as it comes in.
Right.
Or if it does come in.
Right.
So
And real quick.
with that, I'll
Yeah,
close it up.
just real quick, I want to thank the member of the public for extensive questions and comments, and for Rick and Paul who responded back. There was a lot of information in this attachment, and I want to thank all parties involved because I found it very interesting to read. So thank you.
All right, thanks, Rich. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Rick.
Thank y'all. Thank you very much.
Take care, be well.
Okay, I still have your answer too. I'll send it to Rich.
Perfect, thank you.
Hoping we can share those videos also.
Those were
If we can
great.
share those videos, that'd be great.
Yeah, we can put
I'll
those on the
send
web.
it to Rich. Yeah, okay,
We do
thank
that.
you.
See y'all.
Okay, take
Bye.
care.
Bye-bye.
Okay, we're continuing on with airport-related discussion, and I think we have some presenters to invite up to the table here. We'd like. I'm gonna scoot down a little.
Before we do that,
Sure.
we do have our new airport director. Dad, would you mind, I didn't give you a heads up, but would you mind coming up and grabbing a microphone?
You
and
want him
maybe
over there?
just quick introduction. We're very excited to have Dan
I'll turn
on
my
board
Zoom
and,
so Dan can be seen.
with us today. And Dan, would you just take a minute and tell the community just a bit about
Welcome.
yourself?
Sure.
And
Well, it's an absolute pleasure to be here. I guess a little about my background. I'm the former Director of Planning and Environmental for Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International. And then I went to Reno Tahoe Airport Authority, where we had 2 airports there, and I was the Vice President of Planning, Engineering, and Environmental there. Very similar operating environment to this airport, high elevation, a lot of terrain, and a very engaging community as well. So it was a very good opportunity, and I think it'll mesh well with here. So I'm just very happy to be on board, and I'm looking forward to working with the community and the airport itself.
Excellent. Well, welcome.
Welcome.
We're excited to have
Thank
you.
And we can end the winter weather now that you're here and you've experienced it, so
That would be appreciated.
we do need the moisture.
Dan
but-
brought the moisture from the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah, I'm watching it snow behind him and
All right.
Thank
All right,
you.
so we'll
Good to
give you
have
all
you.
folks just a second to come up. Matt, I'm going to look to you to see who,
where
if
do you want
anyone
to,
you'd
I
like to
can
come
shift
sit
over
at the
too if you
table.
want to put somebody here.
Here,
I've got room.
I can move. Oh, laptop's awesome.
You're the only one speaking on this side? Just do it. Okay, cool. Yeah, why don't you take John's seat, why don't you take the seat next to it?
I'm going to grab the
And Kelly, if you'd like, I can open for
Yeah,
them.
you can
and,
steal it.
and kick it over.
Okay. I'm not sure we're quite focused yet, so just
I
give
don't
us a
mind not
second.
being-
We'll make up time. I'm not worried. John Peacock, do you want to close your computer or turn off your video?
Got the desk and your feet. And
All right, Rich, I'll go ahead and invite you to kick off. Our next topic here is a discussion to request a formal resolution at the airport to establish new ground transportation fees. And then we'll have the team here introduce themselves as well.
So,
You bet. Thank you again, Kelly. Yeah, just real briefly, and I think I see Matt and Kevin. That may be the two that have joined, and it's good to see Dan there. Just real briefly, this team that you have in front of you here sat down a while back and met with the airport staff and said, hey, we really need to reassess our transportation fees at the airport. I had them do some extensive background work on this. I think they were presented a year ago, a little longer than a year ago, to the board. At that time, a decision was made to hold off. We were in the middle of COVID. There were some outside influences that were just kind of happening, and I believe there was a hold put on it. Given where we're at today and how we're seeing the increases coming back, we thought it was a good time to have this conversation with the board. Both Kevin and Matt have put together a presentation for you that I think will tell a pretty good story for you. Certainly we'll open it up for questions. But one of the things that I had them do this year is to go out early and talk to some of those impacted transportation providers and just let them know what we were doing here, what this fee could look like. And, you know, they don't fully say, hey, yeah, great. We're all on board with this. They say, we see the impacts, we see the need. We support your idea of moving this forward. So I don't think we're going to see the pushback that we may have gotten the last go round with this. There's some options in there for the board to think about how you incrementally either put this together, or maybe you don't. Maybe you just take it the board or the staff's recommendation and move forward. But with that, that's just a little history. I think Matt and Kevin are going to walk you through a PowerPoint that I think is going to be really informative for you. So with that, Kelly, I'll turn it over to Matt. Matt, you can introduce yourself, and also Kevin, and take it from here.
is there a way to get this?
Are you on the Zoom meeting?
No.
Quickest way would be for you to.
We're trying to get some tech going here, so hang
I
on.
didn't realize you guys had a presentation. So that link up at the top will get you into the meeting, and then I'll give you permissions to share your screen.
So real quick,
Okay.
I'm Matt Whitelock. I'm the Director of Security and Construction at the Aspen-Picken County Airport. I oversee some of our landside operations, so our front side curb service, our contract for allied security, and then I work with Kevin, who reports to me. He helps manage the ground transportation loop and our parking lots as well. So we've been, as Rich said, the history on this is this was actually introduced back before when we were looking at the parking rates increased, and we didn't want to overwhelm the community by putting in both. And then when we went to revisit this last year, like Rich said, just with COVID, the timing wasn't right to pursue it. So looking over the last year, as we've been coming out of COVID at almost an exponential rate with our operations and our employments, we kind of hit, well, I'd say we run.
Oh.
Go ahead. I'd say we passed the kind of the pivot for the impacts on the airport as far as operations. And so it seemed like this is the right time to right size our ground transportation fees. And I'll turn it over to Kevin. This is Kevin Summers.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah, so when I get this PowerPoint up, I'll start rolling through.
That's why we keep.
If you see you,
Andy
you'll
in the
need to
room.
share your screen.
So if you go back to the Zoom meeting, yep, at the bottom of that, click that green share screen. Choose the PowerPoint on the left or the whole screen.
All good?
Okay.
Yep.
Great.
All right. So just as an overview here, the costs to maintain and manage our ground transportation operations have been gradually increasing in the last decade, whereas the rates for that are billed to our commercial operators have not been changed to account for increasing costs to the airport and added services. So I'll touch on what these costs are specifically. I'll talk about incorporating drop-off fees. At the airport, we only charge for one-way traffic, and that's for when a commercial operator picks up arriving passenger to the airport. We'll talk about who this impacts and the sustainability for the airport moving forward. And then Matt will touch on comparable airports, what they charge for like airports, and possible rate recommendations. So just to give you a brief history here, in October of 2019, 2019 was our highest usage for our commercial loop to date before the pandemic did hit. And the airport invested $70,000 of new equipment at the entrance circle to the commercial ground transportation circle. And that's, if you're unaware, that's the circle directly outside of the arrivals terminal that has the limos, taxis, and hotel shuttle services. And we needed to update this to become more modern. It's better equipment, it's better functioning. We had some wiring issues with the old equipment, and the airport will own that outright next summer of 2022. And this is kind of a snapshot just to give you guys a visual of that exact location. You usually can't see this when you're leaving the airport, it's a little further out, but these gates are new, the technology behind it's also new. This is actually a snapshot from the security camera that's also new that we have access to. And then, like I said, the reinforced wiring and just a total network upgrade. So that was just a one-time cost, but the yearly cost is where we really start to see the fees increase here. So I work for a company that partners with the airport called Laz Parking. We manage the 80 different accounts that come and go from the traffic circle. There's a lot that goes into being a provider for ground transportation, PUC licensing, insurance requirements that is set forth in Title 10. And then I also bill quarterly for their usage and make sure they're compliant on safety and all that kind of stuff. So it's calculated around $30,000 of our time and management fees that go into that. A larger cost is obviously, you could see maintenance and landscaping. Every spring, one of the reasons we have to close the airport next week, every spring they have to resurface and paint the front drive. Landscaping contract that the airport has is $100,000 per year to make the airport just look very nice.
And that's actually, we've reduced that contract right last summer because of COVID, right before the summer, we negotiated that contract down from $150,000 to $100,000. So we even had higher costs pre-COVID last year.
And then obviously snow removal is a large one. That's calculated based on factual data that the airport keeps track of and cross-reference with Aspen Water, which is across the street, at 110 inches of average snowfall a year, and it costing almost $1,300 per inch. And that actually is not storm dependent, if there's a big storm and there's 10 inches, or if there's a small storm and there's 1 inch, the cost usually doesn't change. So that, all those together are around $278,000 a year. Sorry. And then these 2 yearly costs are the accurate information desk that's in the arrivals terminal and the airport contracted security out in front of the terminal. The accurate information desk is a huge connector between our arriving guests and their final destination in Aspen, whether that be a hotel, Airbnb or something like that. Some people don't really know where they are when they get to Aspen. They don't know if, some people rely on Uber and Lyft to always be there and they're not available. So the accurate information desk spends a lot of time communicating with our different accounts and the hotels to get people from A to B pretty much. And the $290,000 figure, that's the contract the airport pays Accurate to staff that desk every year. And then recently in 2019 is the added security that's out front. This 380,000 figure, that's also pre-COVID. That was worked down a little bit to make up for the lack in travelers. But before, when we were at normal numbers, it was around $380,000. And their main responsibility is to maintain safety on the front drive. It's always good to have someone out there, for baggage reasons. But a large thing for our operations is the unattended vehicles rule applied to our commercial drivers as well. That was kind of hard for everyone to grasp, but they always have an eye on the commercial loop along with the normal fund drive. So all of these costs kind of add up, and we're not trying to offset this completely because obviously it reaches close to $1 million a year. But the revenue that we generated in the highest usage year ever was a mere $92,000. And this is kind of this gives you more of a timeline of the last 4 years, a little further back since 2016. And part of the reason the blue line here is going to be the revenue collected directly from usage. And with usage increasing, obviously the revenue increases slightly. We had a bigger jump from 2018 to 2019 because the new equipment in place allows for better tracking, more reliable billing. And then I was brought on board in 2017, so there was a little jump there for the ground transportation management. And then obviously the contracted security and the new equipment in 2019. So I just wanted to touch back on the drop-off fees that I mentioned earlier. Right now, we have dedicated technology, like I showed you in that image of the gates and the equipment that allows tracking of commercial drivers to come and pick up a guest. And so we can only charge for that one direction. We cannot charge for dropping off a guest, which is an added service for hotels, and taxis and limos are receiving a fare for dropping someone off at the airport, and the airport is spending all this money doing all this work to keep it functioning, and there's no way to generate revenue there. A part of the 2019 upgrade to that location, we actually installed a transponder reader, this isn't the exact location, but this gives you an idea of what it is. And that tracks the technology that's in each vehicle that allows them to come and go from that gate. We installed one at the drop-off curb in order to track usage, because in our opinion, one of the only reasons we weren't charging for dropping off a guest was because the technology just wasn't there. Like Rich had mentioned, with the looming pandemic and the fact that it was installed in October of 2019 and the lack of lead time, to give a heads up to taxis, limos, and hotel companies, we decided not to go forward with it. But a bonus of doing that is that the equipment's already there. There's no infrastructure that needs to be installed.
No additional capital.
And it's already paid for, or at least amortized out until next summer. And so as I mentioned, we only charge for one direction here, and this is a snapshot from Title 10 from the ground transportation section that clearly states there is imposed on and shall be paid by commercial ground transportation operators. Fees for entry and use of airport facilities. So in our opinion, that should also apply to dropping off a passenger. And these fees are directly at the discretion of our new aviation director and the BOCC, and whatever you guys feel, which we'll get into our recommendations in just a little bit. And then just to briefly touch on who this is going to impact, who you might be hearing from. This is going to directly increase the billing for hotels, taxis, limousines, and transportation network companies, where Lyft and Uber fall underneath. In case you're unaware, we do have contracts with them. They pay the same amount as the taxi and limo companies. And indirectly, it's mainly going to increase the transportation costs for visitors and tourists to the valley. Our local population doesn't use these nearly as much as the traveling public, and that's shown. We have some statistics, but obviously January, February, March is by far our highest usage period because it's the winter time and people are coming here to ski, followed by the third quarter of the year, July, August, and September. And then I'll pass it off to Matt here just to talk about sustainability and how this can help the airport moving forward.
So we took a hard look, and when we were putting this together, and we were trying to be thoughtful to the community, and we looked at the ACE visioning and looked at the community values. And one of the things we felt was economic vitality by charging for drop-off fees, which we want to introduce, and then raising the rates that'll help the community or the airport stay economic sustainable. And then we also considered taking the valley growth into consideration. We've seen a lot of the second homeowners in the valley. We've seen more growth, I think, in the valley this last year, which is kind of surprising to me. But I think with COVID, people who came to visit were actually visiting their second homes, actually moved into the valley. And then the other community value we were thoughtful to think about was efficiency, an airport that works well. So we want to be better functioning than today, and by being more well planned. And we want to do that by incorporating the new technology, but right now it's unused. So we would want to activate, be able to use what we've invested our capital on the front side curb to just begin making revenue off of passenger drop-offs. And we think we'd be efficient in our service and our time in operation with that. So one of the other things to consider in this too, where Kevin and I were thoughtful, was to look at comparable airports. But when people talk about airports, if you've been to one airport, you've been to one airport. So there's a lot of different variables when you compare an airport, whether it's a destination airport like Eagle or Aspen or Jackson Hole, or is it a regional airport like Grand Junction? And then you've got your large hub that move a lot of people. So the first airport we looked at was Bozeman Yellowstone. And it's kind of interesting because Bozeman, I want to say 4 or 5 years ago, changed their name from Bozeman Regional Airport to Bozeman Yellowstone. And their employments went up over 60% over the last 4 years. So when we look at when we talk about how we charge for ground transportation, it's based on the size of the vehicle. So at Bozeman, first I'll talk, if you look at the very bottom of this slide, you'll see what Aspen currently charges. For a 1 to 7 seater, which is a large SUV like a Expedition or an Escalade, is $1 for pickup. We don't charge anything for drop off. For like a runner van, like the shuttle vans, 8 to 14 seats, we see it goes up to $1.25, and then if we have large buses, it goes up a whopping 10 cents to $1.35. But when you compare Bozeman, similar size vehicles, $2 for like an SUV, a runner bus is $4, and that equates to 69% higher. And I'll run over these numbers here in a little bit. We have a bar graph for that. Santa Barbara is a similar airport to Aspen. I think it was was part of the pay study that the county did before I got here. They're currently implementing drop-off fees, and their fare structure is very similar to Aspen's, but they charge a lot higher rate. And then the next airport, Grand Junction, and this was more of a comparable to the region. I don't know that you can compare Grand Junction to Aspen just on the type of destination it is, but you can see that they, for similar sized vehicles, charge more than half of what we do. And then we looked at Colorado Springs. We know a guy there, Chris Padilla. That's where he left. But I talked with them, and they're actually adding drop-off fees as well. So it's kind of industry standard right now. And then I looked at Denver and just wanted to show how a larger hub airport, what they charge. But you got to think about the amount of throughput that they put through. They're the warehouse. And one of the things that I was looking at is when the airlines look at what it costs to fly a passenger into an airport, and you guys have probably heard this cost per in-plane passenger. Just to put it in perspective, last year I visited Salt Lake City and was asking their director of construction what their cost per in-plane passenger is. And this is why they're going through a whole revamp. They've redone all their terminals, so a very large project. Their cost per in-plane passenger is anywhere from $3.50 to $4. Where if you compare Aspen to last year, we were over 19. So the point in saying that is it costs a lot for the airlines to fly into this airport, but we're not covering those costs as efficiently as we could. And then the last airport we looked at was Jackson Hole. They're very similar in the type of destination that they are, but their fare structure is very different. They charge for an annual fee and then a monthly fee, which for the larger operators, they win because they're not going to pay as much. But if you compared, like, if we were to adopt that fare structure, we have over 80 ground transportation companies here in the Valley. A lot of them are really small, that if they only get 2 or 3 pickups a month, this actually hurts them. So that kind of doesn't work for the type of airport we are. And so to put it in, make this a little easier to digest, this is what all those numbers look like on a bar graph. And even though we have one of the highest costs per an in-plane passenger, we're still at the bottom for what we charge in ground transportation. And this next slide is pre-COVID. It's January of 2020. And Aspen on that day averaged 400 pickups. So 74% were like the SUVs, hotel-sized vehicles, and then 26% were the larger vehicles. And if you compared what Aspen made in daily revenue and applied that same 400 to these different airports, you can see the amount of revenue that we're not making.
Do anyone want to look at this slide any longer, or we can always come back to it?
Yeah, keep going.
So Kevin and I, again, were very thoughtful and under Rich's direction, came up with some recommendations. We want to implement fees for dropping off guests to utilize the equipment that we already have in place. So again, no new capital. It's already in place. We just have to turn the switch on, essentially. We want to uphold Title 10 as we interpret it. We should be charging for use at the airport and drop off. And we want to charge companies who are making money off of us. The hotels and ground transportation are make their money because the airport's here. If we weren't here, neither would they be. So we also, with that, want to increase our per trip fees to offset the costs and come up to market level. We're not looking to gouge the ground transportation operators or really even profiteer. We're just trying to cover, right size and cover our costs. So I think we're trying to be fair about this and thoughtful. And then the one thing that we wanted to do too is we don't want to increase our annual fee. So right now, we charge $50 per year to have a permit, which just basically covers the cost of the AVI transponder. That's how the technology that we can track each operator. So our first option is we want to increase the rate for the SUV size vehicle from $1 to $1.50, and then anything above anything above shuttle bus or shuttle van would be $2 per trip, and then we keep the annual fee at $50. Then our second option was a decent increase that would help offset costs associated with the ground transportation. So we're looking to go up to about $2 for the SUV and $4 for the runner van, but still keep the annual fee at $50. And then our third option was to have a larger increase so that we can keep on a trajectory with our fare structure, so that we don't come back in 2 years and ask for another rate increase. So we wanted for the SUV size vehicle $2.50, and then for the larger vehicles $5, and then keep the $50 annual fee. One of the things Rich had us do was talk to some of the ground transportation operators and get their feedback. And like he said, no one's happy about a rate increase, but if you guys ask me if the hotels and ground transportation and taxi cabs have raised their rates in the last 10 years, I'm going to say they have. And if you ask me the same question, I'm going to say no. So to make this digestible, we came up with a phased approach. We think that this gives, and this was actually a suggestion by some of the larger ground transportation operators, is to wait till January 1st to begin implementing drop-off fees, and then 6 months later doing a rate increase. So that gives them a chance to, especially at the beginning of the year, January 1st, to help them plan their budgets and anticipate and plan. This also lines up with their lease agreements for the parking lot and ground transportation. So we think it's very reasonable and fair. We're not making a huge rate increase, but it gives them a chance to budget and kind of, as I said, digest this. Want to take takeaways?
Sure. Yeah, so just to wrap it up, the cost to maintain and offer these extra services to have a functioning ground transportation circle have been increasing in the past decade, but the fees to offset that have remained unchanged. We're on the lower end of our comparable airports that are destination locations that have similar employment numbers, and a fee increase or just enacting drop-off fees will help maintain sustainability. As we move towards the post-pandemic era, I think it's also good to see that we're in the green. Obviously, that could change, but they were the ground transportation operations were affected a little bit with the amount of passengers they could put in their vehicle. So trying to do this anytime soon, they definitely had a hit in the last year with their business. So going back to the recommended phase approach, January 1, 2020. I think that's pretty reasonable time frame to give them, good enough clearance and a heads up.
So can you go back to the option 3 so I can just see the numbers there, please?
Okay, we're at Q&A.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go for it.
Nice job, gentlemen. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. It's nice to have you guys come before us.
Yeah. Questions for Matt and Kevin. I saw Francie, and then Patty, then Steve.
Well, thank you so much for that presentation. I looked through it pretty carefully this morning, and I understand this is not unusual for retail mathematics, but when you say that we charge $1 and somebody else charges $2, and then you say that's a 50% increase, I see that as a 100% increase, and particularly when you compared our $1 to an airport that did 1050, that's like over 1,000% increase. And I understand that sometimes the standard in retail is to go the other way. Like if you go from 2 to 1, that is a 50% drop rather than a 100% increase. But the reason I'm bringing it up is not just to be a math geek, which I know I am, but because it makes the comparison between us and the airports, other airports, look less significant than in fact they really are. So the fact that somebody who charges $2 is actually 100% more than what we charge makes a more significant impact than 50% more. And so, you know, you've already told me anyway that we need to make some changes in this, so I don't have to be shocked by 1,000%, but I just wondering if you're doing that because that's what they do in how they report it in a retail store, or what?
No, I mean, we actually talked about this with some of the hotel providers, and on the surface, you know, they were like, well, if you enact a drop-off fee, and I agree with you with the percentage, it's 100% increase. And if you increase both rates, then it's a 200 to 300% increase. But I mean, the increase is from $1. So when you get at 100%, that sounds bad. But we're going from only $1 to $2 for, you know, a trip from here to Snowmass, which is, you know, the provider's possibly making $80 off of that trip on the high end. I actually have some extra data here that we put in here. You know, these are the common fares that you'll see where a provider is picking someone up at our airport and taking them down to Aspen. And, you know, the taxis have the highest frequency, so they have the lowest price because they go back and forth. But you know, some of the private providers are charging north of $60 to get to Snowmass, and yet the reason they're getting that fare is because they're taking someone from the airport, and they're only giving us $1 to try and offset our costs. So yeah, we just put that on there just to you know, show kind of what other airports are charging, and you know, we took that into account too, and we, you know, our main recommendation is the lowest of the three, because if you put it into mathematical terms, you know, it's north of 200% increase. That sounds worse than it probably actually is. You know, we have 50 hotels, only a few of them are, you know, paying over $5,000 a year for this service. That is imperative to their operations. So I don't know if that helped answer your question, but.
Well, and we viewed this too.
Well, I get your answer. It doesn't look as drastic if you're asking them to only have a 50% increase, but in fact, it's a 100% increase. So, you know, it works against us when we're talking to the people who are dropping off and picking up passengers because they have to pay more. But if we reported it compared to other airports, it works in our favor to say that they charge 1,000% more than we do. So I don't know, it just seems like it's a little bit disingenuous to say we're only increasing our rates by 50% when it's actually 100%.
Right, no, I understand.
Well, we also viewed this as a pass-through, since a lot of the ground transportation operators, you know, even when we talked to the taxi operator, he had a little bit of pushback, but he's like, yeah, that's the cost of doing business, and I'm just going to move it on to the customer anyways. So, and a lot of the people who use ground transportation, and this is again assumption, are transient people who are visiting here, not the locals. So it's kind of not, it's kind of very, I'm going to make the assumption that it's not punitive to the community.
Okay.
I'm not suggesting that it's punitive, and I think it should definitely happen. I'm just, you know, talking about the actual math in the presentation. But thank you very much.
Okay, and we'll come back to you which option you like, Francie, but let's get questions on the board. Patty, then Steve, then Greg.
Yeah, I want to thank you. I do use the taxi because I usually fly before the buses are running. Mm-hmm. And but I usually know the taxi driver, so it doesn't bother me to pay a little more for them to drop me off. And when I went to Denver on a not scheduled because of a blizzard, it was $175 by van. And that
Shared
was,
shuttle?
like, years ago, yeah.
Yeah.
It was really high. But I am supportive of actually going to option 3. And I know that you've talked with the providers, and they did do a little pushback because I had calls from some, but they were, again, like you said, they're gonna roll it over, and I don't think the $1.50, be it 100%, 1,000%, or 50%, is gonna be of a big deal for the person who's using that service. So I think it's time we do this. I agree, and I think for budgeting purposes and for them to do their marketing and booking people, et cetera, letting their customers know, starting January 1 of 2022, I believe, and then 6 months later boosting up the cost. I wouldn't have a problem doing all of it January 1st, 2022, but I'm okay with splitting it up and doing, actually doing the increased rate 6 months later. So whatever works best for you guys to implement the increase is fine with me.
It's just to answer that last part, it's really up to you guys when it happens and what is gonna happen at that time. You know, it's like he said, it is as easy as turning on a switch in order to track for drop-offs and actually putting that in the invoice. So, you know, we thought that a phased approach would be easier for them to swallow and kind of spread it out a little bit. Also, like I mentioned earlier in the presentation, January, February, March are a large, we see the highest usage of the, you know, we charge quarterly. It's the highest by far. You know, if we tacked on both at that time, you know, it might set off some alarms, but that's going to be up to you guys.
Yeah, and I appreciate you guys did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Steve, then Greg, and then Francie will come back to you.
Can we put the choices back up again? You know what I mean? Yeah, thanks.
So I'd want to make sure I understand the logistics of the drop-off. I presume they're dropping off by the departure area out in the public area of the driveway. And is that where you have the transponder set up over there to record when they drop someone off?
Yeah, Steve, that's a good question. As you can tell, we don't have a gate there. That's, you know, specifically for commercial operators. That would be probably the ideal situation. And when you see, that's what you probably don't visually see it at other larger airports like Denver and whatnot, but they have that gate for that other direction. But yes, it's currently mounted on the portage stand right next to the departures sign. The reader has a 30-foot read range, and you know our commercial drivers, you know, pull up right underneath there. And when we first installed it, we did some tests, and you know it obviously functioned as planned. We just would need to dial that in because it would be new, and there's no gate, like I said. But yeah, good question.
Okay, and then if they're pulling into the arrival area, they go around and go through the gate where the gate raises to let them in there.
Correct.
So then, for instance, High Mountain Taxi is sitting in there, and my son used to drive for High Mountain Taxi. They'll sit there for a while, and a plane comes and leaves, and sometimes they don't get a fare, and they get a call from their dispatcher to go pick up someone somewhere else. So they would actually be leaving that area without having a passenger. Is there some mechanism that they don't get charged if they don't have a passengers leaving that area?
So that's a good question as well. No, there is no way to not charge them. Pretty much, what's kind of nice after the construction of the cell phone waiting area and the new Elk Lot, when that all happened last fall, I messaged to the commercial drivers to take advantage of the cell phone lot for the sole purpose of, you know, sometimes that commercial lot can be very crowded, especially in the middle of the day when we have arrivals and departures and there's just a lot going on, or delayed flights. And, you know, I stress to use the cell phone lot as a holding area because once you come into that gate, you know, that's a usage charge, and to the paperwork needed to cross-reference to see if they actually got a fare would probably not be worth the fare charge to begin with. But they're also, and I don't know if you can see, I don't know if it's in this image, but right before the gate, actually it is, this was recently paved, I would say 5 years ago. And this allows a turnaround for commercial drivers to come back around without leaving and not having to re-enter and be charged again. So if, it's kind of on the logistics and operations of the taxi company or said limo company to, if they go in there and something happens and their fare is no longer, then they have to pay for that charge.
Okay, and then, my initial take on it is, I don't think I would go to the option 3, but the option 2, which, if you're adding in the drop-off where they're paying for that also, it's, a pretty substantial increase for them. But it still is below what comparable airports in the ski industry are charging for their drop-offs and pickups. So I think as long as we can stay below the competition, that's a good arguing point in our favor. And I wouldn't mind doing having a phasing in of the charges, because it's, it'll be a new thing having them paying for the drop-off, and it'll be new having to pay a higher fee. I have no doubt that they're just going to pass it on to our tourists, who, some of them are feeling, the middle-class tourists who come here feeling like they're getting gouged coming to an expensive ski resort anyhow. So if we could keep the cost down a little bit for them, I think that would be appreciated. I don't need to go for the top dollar.
Thanks, Steve. Greg?
Yeah, hi. I think what concerns me most is that we do align with the other resorts or airports that are in competition. The difference in cost to the average traveler is going to be really pennies. It's not much at all. The problem I'm having is justifying to our own community that we provide a service that costs us $1 million a year to provide, yet we're only going to charge through our enterprise $100,000 or less to pay for it. I think that's irresponsible. I've got to say, I think we should raise the price to get on par with Grand Junction or Bozeman or these other, and I would not mind if it's a $2 increase. I think that's acceptable, and there isn't anybody whose trip to Aspen or trip to the airport is going to be altered significantly by a $2 or $3 surcharge. So I'm in favor of doing this. I would also say, why don't we start this as early as convenient on staff advice, but I would say let's begin it at the beginning of next ski season at the latest. If you want to phase it in slowly, fine. But honestly, I don't think it's that much money. They'll pay more. They'll pay twice as much for a cup of coffee in town than they will for the increase of this fee. And so I support doing it, and the sooner we do it, the sooner we start collecting the revenue. And I think we can justify this, because this is really a public resource that we're in charge of. And I'd like to see us begin doing it now.
Greg, can I ask for clarification? Is that support for option 3 or a option 4 that you would like to articulate for our consideration?
I'm going to say option 4, because option 3 to me, I thought, why are these increases, honestly, why are they so low when we're looking at such a huge expense to, one, operate this thing and then get the TSA requirements on top of it? I was wondering why the staff recommendation was as low as it was, because it doesn't make sense to me. So an option 4, more in line with the others. I certainly support the pickup and the drop off. And I'd like to be able to justify it publicly that, hey, we're lining up with our airports and we're trying to offset the incredible cost of running an operation out there at the airport, and the public should understand that. Thanks.
And Francie, do you mind if I tag on to Greg's thoughts before we come back to you?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, we didn't talk about it in this conversation, but I do think it's important that the public understands that the enterprise fund pays for itself. So like their tax dollars are not what is subsidizing this difference between the 900,000 and the 100,000, in costs and the 100,000 in revenue. Nonetheless, I do think we have a responsibility to, what does that foregone money mean at the airport? What projects are we not doing at the airport with that $800,000 that we're using to subsidize? And I think we have a clear idea of what some of those projects are that we'd like to do at the airport that cost money. And then I also want to point out, we have a fantastic amenity that I don't think a lot of these other airports have, which is a free bus that pulls up very close to the terminal that is an alternative for paying any cost. If you don't want to pay the $30 cab or the $32 cab, there's that option as well. And for me, it aligns a bit with some of our broader kind of transportation, raising these fees, getting them more in line with comparable airports, also helps us achieve some of our transportation goals, which we talk about at the EOTC, about trying to improve usage of our free transit. And, this is one of those strategies for encouraging that. And in addition, if another one of those strategies at the EOTC we've talked about is trying to get some of these providers to do more pickups in town, right, on their way out to the airport. So there has been some dialogue about these possible pickup spots that, even if you're not staying at the Hotel Jerome, you might be able to hop on the Hotel Jerome shuttle. And, who knows, they could end up charging for that and still paying the same rate that they would pay for the same trip. So I do think there's also opportunities in the future that for these providers to kind of balance out some of this increase. So Greg, I'm still waiting for what option 4 might look like if you want to pull up some numbers, but I'm supportive minimally for option 3 for all of those reasons. Greg.
Thanks, Kelly. If I could add in something I didn't say, which occurred to me as you were speaking about this, is that we could also use this as an incentive for electric vehicles. We could waive this fee or these fees for electric taxis, electric vehicles. I do know there's at least one electric car that runs shuttles to the airport, and if we could raise the fee for them, that might incentivize others, and that furthers our ambitions regarding electrifying and decarbonizing. So I feel uncomfortable coming up with an option 4. But I would say, where are we? Was it Bozeman? And Bozeman was charging $4 for a drop-off. Santa Barbara's charging $2.75 for a pickup. I would align it with those two. Okay. And just leave it there, but then say electric vehicles are free.
Okay, we'll take the pulse and see if there's support
discount as well
for that. Francie, go ahead.
Just a quick little caveat onto what you just said, Greg, about the electric vehicle. I would not like to make it free for electric vehicles until we're producing here with solar the electric power that they're using, so that we're not creating energy from other things. I mean, when we can balance out our solar and not have it be a NIMBY situation, then I could see doing that, or at least maybe some incentive, but I wouldn't say free. Maybe. I'm just saying that until we actually balance it out. But I do want to agree that it should be 3 or the mythical 4 for all the reasons that you stated, Greg and Kelly. And I don't think that the price is going to make any difference to anybody, because people who don't want to pay for expensive taxis can take the bus. I know a lot of people who ride the bus home from the airport all the way down Valley, so that's $5 unless they have a bus pass, in which it's less. So I don't think that this would hurt locals very much, Steve, because I don't think that the locals really ride those vehicles very much. And maybe the mid-range tourist could also jump on a free bus if they don't want to pay that much for a taxi ride. So I would go with the steepest raise we could make.
Okay.
And maybe even the yearly fee in the future. I would do the actual the trip rates. I would raise those right away, and in the future, raise the yearly thing if it looks like it's a sustainable amount for the businesses that are participating in this.
Okay, and I would say, I'll ask staff to chime in. It does look like the option 3 maybe is that higher limit. So I'll just ask staff to check in if you think that there is a higher limit that you considered or observed. For 250 and 5.
Oh, sorry. To be honest, the highest when we started to look into this was Eagle Airport by football field's length, and then they completely pulled a 180 and changed. They were charging, north of 10, and if you guys want to do this, that's on you guys. But this is very significant, and they got a lot of pushback from the local transportation providers there.
But they're also going all the way to Eagle.
Yeah, they have to drive a little further. It's one thing to also take note of. So maybe they come there less frequently, so they needed to see that charge. But as our comparables, the highest were Grand Junction and Bozeman, and our third option is slightly above Bozeman for the 1 to 7 passenger vehicles at 250, and then 5 for the larger capacity vehicles. So we could come back to you with an option 4, but those are the comparables. And there's other ways if we wanted to. If let's say we started to see numbers above 2019 and we simply didn't have room in the commercial loop, we could start charging a surcharge for being there for over 30 minutes or something like that. That's a way to increase that and keep traffic flowing in the future. Don't think that's necessary right now. It's also difficult to impose with the amount of delays and everything we see here, where a vehicle might be out there or someone's sitting on the tarmac for like an hour. That's no wrongdoing by the taxi or limo company, but if everyone's up for option 3, that's definitely doable.
Okay.
Isn't the Eagle one per seat though, not per vehicle?
Yeah, it was per seat. Yeah, that's why those, and it was occupied or unoccupied. And that's why they started to see such a high per trip usage or per trip charge. So it was. I don't think it was sustainable, to be honest with you, and I think that's why they changed it. What they changed to, I don't really agree with. For our operations here, it was more of a monthly and yearly fee, similar to Jackson. But
okay, Patty?
Yeah, I'll be real quick because I know we're looking at time. But I think 3 covers it for what Greg and Francie are looking at. The other thing too is if we go much higher, I think we need to go back to the providers. We already brought them into the loop, showed them these options, and now we're gonna flip it to more expensive. And we need to hear from them if we decide to do that. So I'm fine with it. The other thing too about the $50 annual fee, I think you presented it well by saying we have a lot of small operators, and so we're hitting them the same way we're hitting the big operators. And I don't want to get into it costing us more to administer this program than what we're hoping to gain at the end of the day. Like by charging 15 minutes or 22 minutes if you park there.
Yeah.
If that becomes an issue, as you said, in the future, then bring it back to us. But I think 3 really covers it for us. It doesn't mean that in a year or in 6 months, after we've started to initiate the program, which would be January 1st of 2023, we might not see you come back to us and say, here's what didn't work and this is what we suggest, because you can always come back to us. But I think the 6 month to really do the increase allows everybody some time to adjust, but start the drop-off fee January 1st, 2022. 6 months later, raise the rates. I think that's only fair to the providers and the users of the service.
Okay, so Patty's thought is option 3 and the phased approach. I want to check in. I think we have favor for option 3. How about the timing on the drop-offs charge and the rate increase? Greg?
Okay, I'm happy to go with 3 if that's where everyone's headed. That's fine. I still think an EV incentive makes a lot of sense. Looking at Eagle, who clearly tried to do something pretty aggressive and progressive, they're also working with the Electrification Coalition to incentivize EVs at their airport. And I think that's something that we want to do, and I'm glad to see them leap out of the starting gate doing it. So I'm just saying, I think this is an opportunity for us to try to get what we want here regarding electrification. And so I still would support having an EV, incentive there. Regarding when it starts, I guess that's really up to who's printing the publications and putting it out there. If they need 6 months, great. But I would just say let's start at the beginning of the season, because that's kind of seems like the obvious place to begin a new protocol.
So we do have yearly contracts with each provider, signed upon, a list of rules and regulations that are changing every year and stuff like that. Our contracts with Uber and Lyft are also on the fiscal year. So it would make more sense. I think you might get a little more pushback if we try to raise the rates, say, December versus
Mid-contract.
January.
We have to go through the contract.
Okay, that's fine then. I get it.
Okay, other thoughts on that from board member Steve?
Well, I'd be okay with that, and I would say don't change the contracts they have. Just when their contracts are renewed, that would be the time to do the increase. I would also favor a reduction for electric vehicles, maybe a 50% reduction from what the others are paying. Eventually, all the vehicles are going to be electric, and then we probably have to revisit that in some fashion.
Francie, does that sound good? Other thoughts?
Yeah, that all sounds good. I was going to say that I'd go with the electric vehicle, either reduction or whatever, as long as it has a sunset clause, because I agree with Steve. Pretty soon it's going to be everybody, and then we won't have any. And, when we're only taking 92,000 and spending 100,000 on landscaping, that's just way out of balance.
Kelly,
So
real
I
quick
would
on
be
electric.
in favor of 3.
Patty?
Yeah, I don't have a problem supporting electric vehicle use out there, but until we can electrify the airport, which we can't do now because we don't have the capacity to plug in even another toaster oven at the airport, I don't think it's fair for us to put EVs out there, give them without having a charging station for those vehicles waiting to pick up in that area over there, which hopefully we'll have when we get to the new phase in the airport. And then we can look at doing incentives when we offer people a way to plug in their vehicles, which I wish we could do now, but we can't.
Greg?
Okay, Patty, if I might interject, we don't offer to gas people up out there, so why would we expect to have to provide fuel to cars?
Different
They can gas up
ballgame.
before they go, as can EVs.
Yeah, we also have
So I
a
think
3-minute
that
we have a 3-minute idling ordinance for people, so they're not burning fuel. But a lot of people would be burning electricity out there with no place to charge, and I don't want to have a lot of stalled electric vehicles out there because they have no power left. So until we can electrify the airport, okay, that's my argument.
I think this deserves more. I think we could get a staff recommendation on what's practical here, because I'm not sure you're accurate in that assessment. That I'll humor you.
Well, you go out and plug in the toaster oven and see how many fuses you blow.
I would say, Rich, this has to come back to us as a formal resolution, correct?
Tomorrow.
Is it tomorrow?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Kelly, it's actually on your agenda for tomorrow.
Thank you.
And the thought was, is we would have this discussion today. I don't think we can tweak it a whole lot from here, but we can, we'll get together staff between now and second reading, which would be a public hearing, which at that point, Patty, I'm sure some of the providers may come and speak to this. They would have the opportunity to do so. So we can circle back, come back with some of these recommendations. But I just thank the board for your support. I think your thoughts are very thorough in this, and we'll come back with something for you.
Okay.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, yeah, maybe that as part of the contract period when you guys get to renegotiating this summer and fall, I guess. Okay.
Yeah, I like that, Kelly. I think if it's a trade-off. I mean, the board could have said, no, let's put them in place now and do the lower rates. I think what you're saying is, no, let's do higher rates and give them time to adjust. And I think that's very fair. So I think that works.
Okay.
And when we say higher, they are not out of the norm. I mean, they're just comparable.
Sure. Thank you. And thank you again.
Thanks, guys.
And
Thank
Kevin,
you.
nice
Good
to
job.
meet you.
Thank you.
And it's really nice to have you in the room.
Yeah, I felt a little odd. Everyone's on Zoom.
It is a
I was
little
like, are we
odd.
supposed to be here?
I think it's great you're here. Thank you.
All right, let's move on. We have a community development long-range planning update from Cindy Hubin. Nice to see you.
You have another member of staff here?
This is Corey Kelly.
I asked Zach and Ellen to attend, but I don't see them on
Okay.
right now.
Hold on one second. We're gonna recognize the other airport staff. What's your name?
Corey Kelly.
Corey Kelly?
Yeah, I'm the assistant project manager next to Kevin.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for
thank you
joining
for
us
coming.
today.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Okay,
guys.
take care.
Thanks, Kelly.
Is Cindy offering us an EV incentive today, I hope?
No, she's giving you a toaster oven.
But that's great that you're thinking that way. I mean, everything we do, as you've noted, we should be thinking about climate action and how that
Let's
comes into
electrify the airport.
So thank you. Right, well, thank you for having me. I'm just here to give a quick update. There's so much going on in your long-range planning division, and wanted to just give you an update so you know as we
Thank
move
you.
along, where we are and the status of some of our projects. So first of all, our master plans and our master plan updates. We have 4 master plans on the docket for updating right now that are staff driven, but are quickly being taken on by some of the neighborhoods. Brush Creek right now does not have a caucus, and as you know, they petitioned to create a caucus, so we'll have that coming before you in the near future. And the Brush Creek master plan is, we've sent out the existing conditions report to the, what do they call the Metro District for the Brush Creek Subdivision Homeowners Association, as well as the remaining part of the Brush Creek planning area. So we hope to get comments back from them soon on the existing conditions. And like all of the plans, we'll do the existing conditions first, ask for public comment, and then come back with a red line version of the existing plan and ask for comments on those plans for the update. So in play right now, we've been east of Aspen, Brush Creek, Owl Creek, and we are soon to be getting the Castle Creek existing conditions out. We had those out 2 years ago and didn't get a lot of response from the caucus at that time. So we're updating those existing conditions and getting those back out on the floor for everyone to look at. We weren't sure how public engagement was going to go right now, so we went ahead and sent out postcards to everyone in the planning areas. So they got a snail mail, as well as, and what that does is it allows you to link up to the website. So our long-range planning website has all the existing conditions for those plans that I just noted. And we are getting some comments in, and we're getting a lot of help from a couple of people, or one person exactly in the Owl Creek subdivision, or excuse me, caucus area to help us with that plan. As I mentioned, the Brush Creek, and then we always have a lot of great participation from the east of Aspen caucus, not necessarily the entire planning area. And that may be one that we come back to you with that might need some additional public outreach time and support. So that's where we are on
Quick question on that, Cindy. Is the east of Aspen, does that include Richmond Ridge area?
Yes, and that's why we may need to come back. The Richmond Ridge area, as you know, has been highlighted a lot due to the Pandora expansion and other requests we've had in the area to revise the rural and remote zone district. So we think that one's going to take more public outreach and time than some of these other updates.
So we may be coming back to you with that from a consulting perspective and helping us work on that to get it done in a timely fashion.
Thank you.
But that's where I'm at. We were hoping that we could have all of these plans updated by late fall or winter, so that when we start off our new year, we have all the plans updated to the extent that we can. So we've got all of that going. Any questions for me on the master plans right now that I can answer? I know several caucuses have their own ideas about updating their plans, and we get inquiries from time to time about that.
I don't see any questions. Greg?
Cindy, did you say postcards were sent to all the residents in the various caucus areas? I'm trying to remember. I don't think I saw one, but it's possible it was intercepted before I saw it.
Yeah, I might get Ellen to help me with that, but I think so far, they will be sent out, but so far, I think we sent them to the Brush Creek, and I'm pretty sure I know we sent them to east of Aspen and Owl Creek. But Ellen's here if she wants to answer that question about Brush Creek.
Yeah, Greg, let us know if you didn't receive a postcard. You should have. We did.
I'll tell you, I haven't seen one, so if you could send another, if you've got them to send, I would take another. Otherwise, I'll get an electronic version. That's fine.
Okay. Really, the postcard just sends you directly to the link on the webpage, but we will make sure that you get one. Yeah.
Okay. So moving along, we also have a lot going on with climate action. And as you have given us the additional funds to have a couple requests for proposals, we are in the selection process phase on our greenhouse gas emissions and embodied energy proposal that we've sent out. We are also about to issue our RFP on our economics forecasting with greenhouse gas emissions at the forefront of that, and sort of the whole look at the economy relative to the resort economy and the construction economy, and how that relates to greenhouse gas emissions. We also have another regional greenhouse gas emissions inventory that's going on with CORE, and through our regional program with CORE, we are looking at, obviously working with the other communities in the Upper Valley, Basalt, Snowmass, Aspen, and the county as a whole. So we've got that, those all out in play. And then on my list is the open space master plan. As you know, we've had a couple requests, and Steve, specifically, you had asked us to look at the Cold Mountain amendments and to the open space master plan. And we do have those scheduled. We were able to get those on a pretty quick time frame. And you, as the board, will be seeing the amended Cold Mountain master plan, open space master plan, conservation easement, and planning documents on July 14th. So we've got that rolling, and a couple other properties in the hopper with open space and trails. So we've got that, and then also Ellen's been working really hard with a team that was formed by communities in the mountains with Northwest COG. And Patty, I know you know the most about that, but it's called the Mountain Migration Study. And that survey went out, and it will be coming back. A draft of that is in circulation with the staff that are involved right now, and we hope to see that in early June. So it'll give us a lot of answers to the questions about everything that people intuitively were feeling about people moving to their second homes or moving to the mountains. So Ellen, do you have anything else?
Yeah, I think it will be more like late June, as I understand it, before the survey results and report are published. So, a little later than early June.
And then just also to mention, on our plates, we have a whole list of code amendments that we want to get back before the board on the land use code, a lot of housekeeping measures, but hopefully we'll find the time to get those on your docket. And update in terms of where we are with building permits and planning applications. Everything's just jumping up again. We thought we had a little lull in our building permits, but they're coming back online. So we're having more building permit applications, and pretty overwhelming right now with the number of planning applications that we have submitted and also waiting to be submitted in our pre-application docket. So that's what we have, but wanted to give you a chance to ask me any questions and go from there.
Great, thank you. Greg?
Yeah, thanks, Cindy. It's great to get this report from you. We knew you were busy. It's really, you really are busy over there. I had an interesting call recently from a longtime homeowner who has a small house up in the outside of town, and they called to say, do I need to put in a building permit immediately to increase my house size because I'm worried my house size will be limited. You know, and it's the fear that came around in our previous conversations. And I'm just wondering if you've been hearing a lot from people. Are some of these building permits driven by a fear that the rules are going to change quickly to their disadvantage, so they better get their application in?
You know, I don't have a good answer for you on that. I haven't checked in on the specific applications and what we're getting, but just to reiterate what you as the board said in your retreat is that we're going to really be looking at all that next year. And so that as part of the lens that we're looking at for climate action. And so there's nothing on the immediate forefront.
Got it. Great. And I don't know if people understand that, but just so you know, that's some buzz that I heard in the development, building community.
Mm-hmm.
So just wondering if that could explain a trending up in applications.
Yeah, I'll take a look at that. I'll get back to you guys.
Patty?
Yeah, this is for Ellen. Ellen, do you know if Northwest COG got in touch with Gabe about the mountain migration? I had said that he'd be a good resource for them.
Yeah, the data that he has generated over the last year and a half definitely has been forwarded and incorporated in the work that this working group is and consultants are doing. So
Great.
Yes, he's not working directly with them other than to answer questions, but the data that he's generated has been incorporated.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure that John Stabney followed up on that. Thank you. This question's back to you, Cindy. This is kind of, it should be short-range planning, but it's turning into long-range planning. Do you know what our time frame is for permits? Because, we've been hearing horror stories coming out of the city, like 22 weeks or longer.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have any
Yeah.
guesstimates?
I didn't check in right before this meeting, but yeah, it has been extended more and more. But a lot of our backup really has to do with not so much with the building review itself, but the pre-review to make sure that everything is syncing up with the planning approvals, because the planners are so busy and the folks in zoning are so busy that's what's extending some of our time frame. But yeah, I'm thinking it's a couple months.
Okay. All right. I've been just telling people that we try to do our best to catch up, hiring people to come in and help us out, but there's only so much you can do when you get swamped when you least expect it.
Yeah, we really appreciate during the budget time you gave us that additional money to hire some additional review capacity on the building side. So that has really helped us. So we appreciate it.
Great, thanks, Cindy.
Any other questions? Okay, not seeing any. Thanks, guys, for all your hard work. Always good discussion.
Thank you. Bye. Thank you.
Okay. And board, we have a scheduled break for about 7 minutes. GR, can you hang on that long? Or is that good? Okay. All right, so we'll break until 3:15. And delineation at the Gateway Bridge. And we have GR Fielding, who's our county engineer. Hi, GR.
Hi, thank you, Kelly. I want to start by thanking you for cutting your guys' break short this afternoon. Originally, when this was scheduled, I was first on the agenda, so I had dedicated the latter part of my afternoon to picking up kids from school. So when we're done, I get to run over there. So I appreciate you keeping me on time.
Sure. Thanks for letting us know.
I'm GR. I'm G.R. Fielding. I'm the county engineer. And as Kelly mentioned, we're here to discuss the site distance at the Gateway Bridge in Old Snowmass. I did update the slide deck that I showed the board from our open discussion back in March. So I'm going to share my screen. Nope. All right, are you seeing this presentation now?
We are.
All right. So we previously discussed this area in open discussion on March 23rd because of staff's desire to remove and prune several trees to open up some site distance. The board directed staff to look at signage, delineation, and engage an arborist to evaluate the trees that we were looking at removing. The area is identifiable on the local road safety plan that the county put together several years ago. Conditions at this location came up because the guardrail that you see in the upper left corner here is consistently in need of repair. It gets hit pretty frequently. Within that local road safety plan, one of the engineering solutions that is available to us is enhancing localized basic traffic control, such as that signage, pavement markings, and delineation. We've been proposing to add pavement markings as edge lines, and what that would look here like here is about 150 feet either side of the bridge and across the bridge to add an edge line. Typically on roads that are just rural and narrow, we don't have edge lines, we just have a center line, which gets replaced every year. Additionally, we can look at adding delineators. We have delineators on several of our roads. We have them near some other features, and that looks like what we have in the lower left-hand corner of this slide. But ultimately, opening up a little bit of the sight distance to be able to see where the road goes through here will be the most effective tool that we have. One of the other things that we can do with the signage that we looked at was there's this Bridges May Be Icy sign that is immediately prior to the bridge. I actually think that might be moving that back, and we need to update that sign anyway, will be practical because it'll be out of the sight line, and so you can actually see the bridge a little bit better. We can add what's called a chevron. There's a little bit of confusion last time we were talking what the chevron signs look like, so I took a picture of one of the two-way ones that we have here, and that's this sign right here. And so we would just add this little arrow to the right, and that would go right in here behind the guardrail. But it kind of sits at a point where this tree right here would be partially blocking that sign. The site distance issue on one of the plan sheets that we had the project engineer that works here at Pekin County put together, you can see that, this red area here is what he put together to demonstrate that, and you can see the cluster of the cottonwoods that we discussed last time are right here. And so I did this panoramic to show what the arborist's recommendations were as well. What the arborist recommended was to, out of the close to 30 trees that are here, or to remove 6 of them. So I delineated those with the red X on each of them. This one is the one that's close to the bridge. It has really bad rot right in here, and it's lost a lot of its large boughs already. The second one that's delineated right here has lost the entire top of the tree already, and it has one main bough. That's all. The very large one that's adjacent to it has been recommended to prune. Another one recommended for removal is this one that's kind of horizontal down here. This one that's leaning over the river is recommended for removal. And when I met with the arborist, I started putting my hand into the basal rot that's right there, and I think I could get about 4 inches in with my hand, and just started pulling out dead wood. And it's not in very good health. You can see it's lost most of its bark on one of its main leaders going out over this direction. And there's 2 more trees similar in condition over here in this larger cluster. Recommended for pruning are the ones with the pink check out in the field. These are the ones that have the pink flagging on them. And so there's most of these are what I would call them like the row of trees closest to the road. And so it would go through and take off any of the dead and dying boughs off of these trees to reduce the hazards of them just falling onto the roadway. I took this shot to show, again, a little bit of like the everything of what we're thinking is one of the ideas is to be able to see through this just a little bit better. Add one of the chevron signs back behind here. Move this sign probably right about here so that it's not blocking any of your view there. Add some of the roadside delineators, probably starting about in here and up into the bridge. A white edge line that'll come back through to about here, and that would be on both sides so that you can tell that the road curves in this location. And that kind of sums up that kind of the whole idea there with everything that we have as tools from the engineering standpoint to try to increase the safety of the area. And I think that should actually have addressed each of the things that the board had directed us to go back and look at when we last talked in late March.
Thanks, JR. I see questions. Greg, then Steve.
Yeah, hi, thanks, GR. Thank you for the thorough diagrams, and it makes sense what you pointed out here. I did have one question regarding, I'm just wondering, why can't we have a sign, you're talking about moving the bridges, maybe icy sign back, which is useful in the winter, I guess. But can we have some signs in there that just say, slow down now? Does that help on the side of the road? Slow down, slow that down.
You know, Greg, it's funny. I actually took a picture out of the slide deck earlier today. And one of the things that we did, we compared the signage here to what would be recommended by what we call the MUTCD, or the Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices. And so just out of frame in this shot is what we call a reverse curve sign. And it's like a 90-degree sign, and it has what we call an advisory plaque on it. The advisory plaque recommends that you drive 20 miles per hour around this set of curves. That's what's recommended by all of our engineering guidance, and that's literally what it means. The speed thing everywhere in the county comes and goes as an issue. And one of the things that anecdotally, when we asked and talked to the sheriff's department and talked to law enforcement about speeds being an issue, their joke is whenever they get a request from the local constituents to increase enforcement, chances are it's one of the neighbors is the first one to get stopped, or one of the people that have asked for the enforcement. But from that standpoint, that we found to be adequately signed. The things that go beyond that are usually things that we don't always consider in rural neighborhoods, like things that flash. We got a request up in the frying pan area in out near Redstone on 133 where we partnered with CDOT, where we put in those speed signs that flash at you when you are going too fast. Generally, we've heard that they are out of character, and a lot of the caucuses don't like them. But we have used those in the past. The other thing that we have asked the sheriff's office to do is to put the speed trailer out. So the county has 2 of these trailers that we can park just about anywhere, and it does give you that feedback. It's not a permanent sign, and the sheriff's deputy moves it around from time to time. And so we've been working with them to find a place in this area. There's not a lot of great shoulders right here to put it, but there might be a spot or 2. So that's one of the things that we're looking to go do in the next few weeks.
GR, if I could follow up with that, Kelly. One of the neighbors, in fact, did tell me that they would prefer to see a flashing light in there. And I thought, I wonder if they've really spent much time thinking about that and in the context of what their other neighbors would think, to have a light that's constantly flashing in there. And that was when they were reacting to the thought that some trees might be trimmed. I don't think the other neighbors would agree with them. So just wanted you to know that that suggestion did come up. But also, I'm wondering, do we have any information on, was this winter, are the crashes in the winter, or are they in the summer, is it year-round, or is it just on ice?
It's year-round. We certainly have a winter driving condition issue. That was one of the highlighted areas in our local road safety plan. Just as a point of data, about 50% of the crashes countywide happen during winter driving conditions. When you break that down by the number of days where we have actual winter driving conditions, that's pretty astronomically high. But the best thing that we always tell people in that regard is buy winter tires for the winter, because they do make a pretty big difference.
Steve.
So, GR, I think the caucus would be largely pleased with the changes you've made. I think the caucus is really in favor of the speed limit sign that starts flashing when someone is going too fast. And I think somewhere like in a wide spot, like in this picture on the screen, could be a good location for a permanent one of those. My sister used to live down by Willits, and she described the turn into her driveway as you go down the hill past the flashing speed limit sign, and then you turn at the next left. And then she realized that that meant that every time she was approaching her driveway, she was exceeding the speed limit because it was flashing. It does not flash all the time. It only flashes when you're speeding. So that would be a warning to people to slow down. It wouldn't flash all the time. The reverse curve sign that you talk about, I've looked at what those look like. And the warning people come going this direction on the screen is not a reverse curve, but it's like a right angle to the right is what you have to do to go across the bridge. And by the time you're then on the bridge, you're going slow enough that doing the gradual curve going up the hill farther up the road is not a problem. It's the sharp right angle curve getting on the bridge that's the tough one. So instead of a reverse curve kind of a sign, I would just put just a right turn sign is in effect what you're doing on the road. And that would catch people's attention, I think, a little bit better. And I mean, looking at the pictures of the trees you're proposing trimming, it makes sense to me from, cottonwood trees get rotten and they fall over real easily when their time comes. So that could damage not only the road, but cars and fall in the creek and then cause erosion, bank erosion and all sorts of things. So I think you have a pretty good proposal here. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Steve. And what I can do is I can send an email to Mr. Chase from the caucus and get it distributed and see if they do have maybe a request from the caucus for any additional signage like the like the lighted signs. And, you know, they might not flash. Well, all right, so a lot of those signs, what they do is, yes, they flash when you're going too fast, but they also light up, every one that we've installed lights up every time you drive by it. So it's the lighting of the sign is not necessarily a function of your speed. The way that it's lighted when you drive by it is a function of your speed. Sorry, I was flipping through this to see if I had that sign. But so one other last thing, Steve, is with the reverse curve, what the way that it gets lined out is you use one of those initial warning signs, whether it's the right turn or the reverse curve, to show what the future alignment of the road is, and then you augment them with these signs that are in the background. So the chevron, the right arrow, which obviously we have to get standing upright again, and then where we would put the other chevron. What typically you see though is these that go across here that bring you knowing that you're going to make that turn is part of the true effectiveness of having that kind of signing system as opposed to the singular sign.
Okay, other questions for GR? No? Patty had to step away, but we can keep moving. Thanks, GR. I think this is an improvement. We appreciate you taking our input into consideration on this. And when do you expect to do the work?
Well, we were planning on it a few weeks ago initially. I think that the arborist that we engaged to do the assessment on the tree also has a tree removal company, and so we'll probably work between Road and Bridge and them on getting through this area. We like to do it before everything gets totally green, because it starts getting heavier and it starts bringing a lot more moisture up the tree. So yeah, we're hoping to do this pretty soon.
Okay. And then that would happen first, and then the signage would follow?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we have not put in our sign order for the year yet, so I anticipate that we're going to do that here pretty shortly.
Okay. Steve?
I was just remembering the way the old bridge used to be before this one was put in, GR. I don't know if you ever saw any engineering drawings of that, but it was a little short bridge that went straight across the creek. It wasn't at any angle at all. And it was like a really hard right corner. You had to slow way down to make it across that bridge. And then it was only a single lane bridge at that. So that's what we used to have in that location. And the fear when this one was put in was that the county was going to straighten the whole road out and make a really long bridge that would really take the curve completely out of there. So that's just a little bit of the history behind what we have there now.
Steve, your memory always amazes me. As I was looking through this information, I looked at our bridge report, and I think it was built in the 60s. So I think it's one of our older bridges in the inventory at this point. Well, thank you everyone for your time.
I think Greg has one more comment. Greg?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, thanks, Kelly. Just, JR, I just wanted to say, just to confirm, we've got 6 dead trees that really need to go, 7 that need some serious trimming. The general health, clearly, of the dead ones is that they're dead. It's like, you know what? I don't have any nostalgia for the dead ones at this point. They look kind of dangerous.
Yeah.
And then as for the trimming, you're trying to prune off some dangerous branches that could be hazardous or block view lines.
Yeah,
And so,
the general health of the stand of cottonwoods is not great. A lot of them are well into their life cycle, and so yeah, I threw a couple of these pictures at the end so you can see. Here's a good picture of the top. One of them, I mean, it's pretty much taking care of a lot of itself. It's really just waiting for the main stem to fall over at this point. And then you can see in these two, yeah, the basal rot in them is pretty significant.
it'll be a dangerous enterprise removing them, but I fully support taking care of this and making it safer.
Okay. Oh, Patty, do you have any last thoughts before we let GR go pick up kids?
What?
Did you have anything you were really worried about?
I just want to thank GR for bringing the tree guy in. I think that gives us great information to move forward. I think this is the best option we can have and justify it to
All right.
the community.
Awesome, thank you.
All right, thank you. See you soon. Take care. All right, we're a few minutes ahead. We can go to future agendas.
All right, and imagine we will stay ahead depending on Patty's list. But just a couple of notes for you. On May 25th, we are going to have a discussion about just the next phase of reopening plans for the building. We've targeted June 1st to be open for the public, but we've also asked for departments to come up with plans that would keep the densities reduced in our public facilities. One of the pieces that we have not talked about, and I guess I need some direction whether we need to schedule a work session or the board is ready to give quick direction, is our public meetings here. We have, basically three options. One is to have the meetings online, the other is to have them fully in person, or to basically continue doing what we're doing, which is hybrid, but reintroduce the public probably in a socially distanced manner to be able to be present in the room, but have a combination of Zoom and hybrid. We will need to have some direction from the board about what your comfort level is, and I don't know if there's a quick answer to that. We can talk about it today. If there's not, we'll need to schedule a work session to have that conversation before the 25th. Staff is recommending the hybrid option.
Okay, Patty, then Steve.
Yeah, that was one of the things on my list, John. Is 30 minutes enough time for us to have this reopening discussion, or do you need more time?
I think it should be pretty quick. It's the departments have done a lot, are doing in the process of doing a lot of planning, and I think we'll have a lot of background work that can be presented pretty quickly.
So Kelly, please note, John thinks it'll be enough time. So I just want to do that. And I think I'm leaning towards the hybrid. We need to have people in the room, but I don't think we're ready to have the room full at this point.
Steve, then Greg.
So John, there are two opportunities coming up for testing out a hybrid model. One last week while you were gone, I told Phyllis that I'm going to be gone the month of July to Alaska, but I'm planning on attending all the meetings by way of Zoom. But if the commissioner meeting room is open and all the other commissioners are there in person at the meeting, I would still need to have the Zoom capability to attend the meeting. So that would be a chance to try out the hybrid model. The other time is when three of us are going over to CCI in early June. There's a Tuesday and a Wednesday meeting, but Francie and I are planning on attending the Wednesday regular meeting from Vail, just going on Zoom from there, because otherwise we'd be driving back home and would totally miss the meeting. But that gives us a lot more flexibility on being able to attend meetings that we previously wouldn't be able to attend.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we might also be able to attend at least parts of the Tuesday work session. To fit that in, it'll be coinciding with when CCI is meeting, but I think for the wildfire, for instance, the wildfire discussion, I'd like to be at that discussion. I don't even know what CCI is talking about then, but being able to jump on a Zoom call from the middle of a CCI BCI meeting and, you know, be sort of jumping back and forth between two different meetings could really work well to be, you know, able to attend a lot more of the important discussions we have here.
And that's part of the reason I think staff has recommended the hybrid for this next phase. It may become a permanent part of how the board wants to do business in the future.
Yeah, Greg? And then Steve, I have more to talk about on that June 8th
Sorry,
meeting.
I've got a couple too.
No, it's okay, yeah.
I was just going to say, I think if we reopened it, will having more commissioners in the room mean having fewer public in the room? Are we still going to be pushing for a set number of participants in the room? That was just the first question I had, but I certainly support hybrid model for a number of reasons, but I certainly think we need more in-person meetings. No doubt there'll be times when we absolutely need to be there, but there are also other opportunities, like Steve mentioned, where it just makes more sense not to be there. Thanks.
I'm going to say from the body language that we'll go ahead and include staff's recommendation for hybrid meetings for the board. It doesn't sound like we need a work session to hash out any disagreements or different perspectives.
I'm just
on that.
unclear as to how the public's, you know, interfacing with our meeting will look like.
Well, we're working on
Okay.
that. Yeah, we're we're figuring that out
Kelly,
too.
can I ask
Yeah.
John another question?
Sure.
John, I know Cindy was hinting that we were going to get a presentation, and I didn't bring it up when she was just here, unfortunately, on what energy savings can be traced back to the teleconferencing and remote work that we've gone through in the past year. And I think, as I recall, she said something like a 17% decrease in our energy costs and carbon emissions in that regard. And I think that should come up when we're discussing this. I don't know if we need a work session. If you feel good about it now, I'm comfortable. Yeah. But I just wanted to bring it up that there's more to it than just, something to consider going forward is that we are looking at climate once again. I've just promised Secretary Holland today that we looked at everything through a climate lens.
Yeah.
So here we go.
And so, Greg, we do have a work session coming up on the 25th where we'll be talking about this next phase, and we will bring some of that information. ComDev is still finalizing some of it, but particularly from the commuting perspective, it makes a big difference.
Okay.
But I may have gotten us off track on future agendas here, sorry.
Well, no, it's okay. You wanted to check
Yeah.
in with the board to see how much time we needed.
Yeah,
So,
I'm gonna
Patty.
just add to that conversation. I understand Greg's concern about this, and his position on this, but I'd also like to know if we'd have any information, how much more to increase utility costs for employees who are doing this from home, that they have not been charging us for yet. And we're only asking people to come back a day here and a day there. It's not like they be coming 5 days a week. A lot of people were already working from home in the past. I think it's just, I think we need to look at the whole picture, not just, if everybody stayed at home or everybody came back. So I want those numbers to be clear.
Yeah, and we're going to talk about
Okay.
this in terms of a phase and using the
Okay.
time to evaluate, the next step.
Thank you.
I'm not sure in a half hour is going to be enough.
Okay, well, we'll look at a longer
I could
period
just
of
see
time
this
then.
diverging a
Kelly.
little bit into like, how's the mental health of our staff as they come out of COVID and
Fair
come
enough.
into,
Okay.
bigger
And
kind
how's
of
their
questions.
mental health staying at home and not having communication with others?
Mhm.
There's a bigger picture there.
And there have been a lot of communications happening
Yeah.
around that. I only had one other future agenda item, and it's just I understand that we will need to schedule time to revisit the housing impact fee. It did sound like there were potentially two policy questions in there, one related to the impact fee, and then Patty, the other that you brought up, which is about where that impact fee may be applied. And I don't know, we can talk about whether those are two separate conversations or together.
I think it's together, but it's
Um,
something that we've been asking to talk about for a
Mhm.
while now, so it might be, timing might be right for it.
That's all I have.
Okay.
Patty?
We don't have COVID update for Tuesday the 18th. We don't have time scheduled on our work session. And there's a bunch of meetings out, so are you not thinking you need it in the future, John? Or you want to just put it out the last minute if you need it?
You know, Charlotte and I have not talked about it, and so I think they may have dropped off. But I think we're gonna need them, as we go into this next phase.
So if you just look at future work sessions and
Yep.
put in your half an hour or hour, whatever.
Yeah, or we may go every other week if
Yeah,
things.
I just
if
wanted
there's
you to know
not-
that I looked at specifically
Yep.
because of and one last thing, we have a core, it's on consent for Wednesday regular meeting, the 26th. It's the funding thing. It's on consent. Is this part of a previous discussion? I know they did a special presentation to the city of Aspen.
I can chime in if.
Okay, please
If you
do.
don't have a recollection, John.
Help
I
me.
asked Cindy about it because I was checking
okay.
in on core stuff. But it's an administrative step to apply the 2020 rent funds, which we need to like codify that transfer or expenditure of money.
On a consent agenda?
That's why, because we'd already approved the money.
Oh,
It's
okay.
nothing new. It's not a new ask for money.
Okay.
It's just the administrative approval for moving the money around.
Okay. Because I
That's
know
what
they
I
did a
understand.
special presentation to the city. Is that in line with this? Because we didn't get that special presentation?
I think it's in line with the conversation
That
that
we've
we
already
had
had.
during budget.
Okay.
And
I know we had an extensive conversation about core funding
Yeah.
and how we're going to fund core. So, okay, I just want to make sure there wasn't a new twist and why is
Yeah.
it? Okay, I'm good. Thanks.
Other future agenda items from board members? All right, I'll jump in. I want to revisit June 8th. So this had come up, discussion about CCI conference. And so a plan that I think would work, that I'd like to request approval from the board, is if we can schedule our meeting from 12:30 to do future agenda, open with future agendas and open discussion, and then move on to the wildfire presentation from Valerie and invited guests. And then the next item, which is another update from Cindy Hubin on long-range planning, to have our meeting adjourn at 2:30 would be my request. So a short meeting from 12:30 to 2:30, so that we don't have to move things that are already scheduled. And that will overlap for Steve and Francie's benefit. CCI, that'll be part of CCI's lunch break, and then a presentation on the opioid lawsuit settlement, which we haven't been super involved with. So I thought
I'm
the timing
good
was
with that,
okay
Kelly.
for
Yeah.
us to miss that session and keep our regular work session. And I've asked Charlotte not to schedule anything else for that day. And then I plan to be here for the 9th for our regular meeting, so we should have a quorum without a problem. And then Steve and Francie, you can join from wherever you are. Does that work?
I'm good.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate your consideration. I think that was all I had for now. Okay.
Thank you, Kelly, for working that out.
Yeah, sure. All right, not seeing any other future agenda. Did you have a question, Andrew? Oh, okay. Okay. I see Jeanette, so maybe we'll go to Jeanette and she can update us on the Board of Equalization before we go into other open discussion items. So hi, Jeanette.
Hi everyone. Thank you for taking a few minutes today for a brief presentation on, or an overview, an update on hearing officers. I believe Julia Ely is with us here too. Julia has actually served as the clerk to the Board of Equalization for the last 4 years, and she's on it again this year. For the last several years, Patty, maybe you remember the last time you heard skills as a commissioner, but I think it's been 10 or 12 years. The board has chosen to have hearing officers to serve on the Board of Equalization, or serve on behalf of the commissioners on behalf of the Board of Equalization. For several years, we had 4 hearing officers, and when one was retired, it was determined by the other 3 that because things were kind of mellow, not really crazy, that they could handle the appeals that were coming forward. We've had those 3 officers for the last 2 reappraisal years, so the last 4 years. Unfortunately, one of our hearing officers, Jack Musser, notified us just a few days ago that he won't have time to serve as a hearing officer this year. He's got a family reunion and a lot of travel time coming up with his family, which is good. And so we'll sorely miss him. Steve Hawk recently notified us that he will serve as a hearing officer, but he only wants to do half days, and even those half days, limited days. He's kind of retired and wants to enjoy his life, his personal life too. We have Mick Ireland, who has agreed to take on as many hearings as he can, but as he can accommodate, but it takes time. You not only have the hearing, but you need to prepare your report and the determination for you all to ratify in early August. So in essence, the issue is we need a hearing officer to replace Jack and another to fill the half days that Steve can't serve, and help with Mick too, and alleviate him of having to work overtime, nights, weekends, whatever. A couple of options is we have 2 arbitrators that may or may not be willing to step up into the slot of hearing officers. They're thinking about it. They haven't totally decided that yet. The downside of that is arbitrators are pretty difficult to recruit because they have to be licensed appraisers. And everyone is so busy, and especially with what's going on in real estate and all, I have a little bit of concern about trying to recruit 2 more arbitrators, so somebody has a choice, or 3. But the upside of that is we have longer to recruit arbitrators than what we have to recruit hearing officers. We could go as late as maybe late September, October to recruit arbitrators. Hearing officers don't need to be licensed appraisers, but need to be very knowledgeable in property taxation, e.g. a real estate agent, a real estate attorney, a former county assessor, those type of professionals. So we can maybe think about that, retaining our arbitrators in their position if they would be willing to do that, and then try to recruit 2 more hearing officers. So I just wanted to give you a heads up on that as what we'll be working on. And we don't really have time, I don't think, to advertise, but I think maybe, and anytime we have advertised, we've never had any success. We've never had anybody apply. I used to do that on a yearly basis, but we kind of gave up on that because we had some really good qualified arbitrators. So I just wanted to bring this to your attention and kind of get any feedback that you all may want to provide, or any direction on this. Otherwise, we'll just go forward and work on getting this resolved.
Okay, Patty and then Greg?
Yeah, Jeanette, thanks for bringing this to us. If we don't advertise, it's just going to be word of mouth. Then I think we need to hire 2 hearing officers to alleviate and leave the arbitrators where they are. So is it just word of mouth, or how can we help you recruit?
I think I would probably have, some individuals in mind that I could reach out to. And then, word of mouth, reach out to them. And if they aren't available, see if they know of someone who might be. And there is one individual that I've talked to in the past that was interested. So I thought I would reach out to that individual and see what we can do.
Okay, all right, thanks, Jeanette. Let us know if we can help.
Greg?
I was just going to suggest that if we had the ad copy or the criteria, we could just put out a social media request also, so it's not a matter of advertising in the paper as much as just putting the word out. Who knows? There may be somebody in the real estate, the greater real estate community who could possibly take this on that we haven't reached out to yet.
Jeanette, I think there's papers blocking your video,
And
so
Greg,
I
that
just
was
want to
the
make
thought
sure
I
you're with
had,
us.
that maybe- Oh, sorry. Uh-oh, I don't know what's going on. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you fine. That's fine.
Yeah, the fog has moved into, oh,
There
there
you
you
go.
are.
Patty, did you do that?
Yeah, I did. I put a potted plant in front of you.
I saw you fiddling over there. Greg, I thought I would reach out to the Board of Realtors for the two positions, arbitrator and hearing officer. I thought that would be a good entity to reach out to.
Perfect.
Thank you for that. And we'll do the best we can. I've been through this exercise before trying to find arbitrators, so I kind of have a list of people I can reach out to, and I think we'll come up with individuals. I just wanted to get you a heads up. It's kind of late in the day that we found out that the two hearing officers, one wants limited time and one couldn't make it. So I just wanted to bring it to your attention and get your ideas.
Great, thanks, Jeanette.
Okay, not seeing any other hands on this topic. Thank you, Julia and Jeanette. Good luck this summer.
Thank you.
All right, John Peacock, open discussion.
Yeah, thanks, Kelly. And I think you all had a little bit of a discussion. We did not get a COVID-19 update scheduled, but we do have a Board of Health meeting this week. So I've got a very shortened version. Give me just a second here. Just a few slides to go through with you. And give you a chance to discuss some of the recommendations that are coming up at the Board of Health. So real quick, just going to talk real briefly about our dial movement. All good news there. Board of Health meeting, and just see if you have any discussions. I think, as everyone's aware, just really good news that we're one of the few counties that really the incidence rate justifies us being in those green level restrictions. This isn't a surprise as our mobility data has gone down and our vaccination rates have gone up, our incidence rates are going down. The next phase is really looking forward to this summer and how the vaccines are going to continue to protect as we see mobility data. We did see in April and March relative to this winter that while incidence rates continued to track with the mobility data, we also saw a bigger gap than we saw earlier in the year as we started seeing vaccines roll out, and we're much farther along now. Looks like we're just north of 65%, so we're really approaching that 70% number of residents. The Pfizer vaccine was just approved for 12 to 15-year-olds, so we're starting to see the younger group. We have one Pfizer clinic this week that's reserved for 12 to 15, and it is already filled up.
Awesome. How
Yeah.
many shots is that?
I cannot remember.
Okay.
It's not as big. It's going to be a smaller grouping, and I'm sorry, I just could not remember.
So can I ask real quick, any
Yeah.
idea why Conejos and Sedgwick they're in red?
My guess is those are counties with really small populations, and so it probably doesn't take a lot to push their
And
incidence rate over.
state border counties, so.
And state border counties.
It's interesting, so since we got so dissed when we were the only orange county, is somebody giving us credit for being in the green now, like on a national level?
No, I don't think so yet. I'm guessing, Francie, I don't know if the New York Times has changed
Yeah.
their,
I was just gonna ask Francie about the Times. Are we still in like
I
purple?
wrote to them again. They have us in orange, and they say that our cases are going down, but they're still a high number, and that was when we had like 3 days in a row of 0. And then they had our hospitalization as having gone up a whole lot when we had no hospitalizations, and then today our hospitalizations are down 100%. So it's pretty erratic, and I wrote to, I think her name is Eleanor, as I recall, a couple of weeks ago, and this time I did not hear back from her. So I did compare us, though, on the New York Times map with other counties that were the same color as us on the New York Times map, and some of them were incredibly low numbers too. So I think it does, as you said about the Colorado map, John, have something to do with the small size of our population. But I mean, it's a lot bigger than Conejos.
Yeah.
I don't know. Anyway, I haven't heard back from her, and they're just continuing. They're not saying extremely high risk, and they're not saying very high risk, but they are still saying high risk.
Okay, thank you. Greg, did you have a question on this right now?
Yeah, I was wondering about, how I remember at a time, I think that those counties like Conejos and Sedgwick would have been in the green or in the blue while we were in red.
Yeah.
So we've kind of reversed. And I was thinking it would be great. For a personal project, I'd love to have a copy of every week's map like this, or every time it was updated, because it would make an interesting animation to see how this spread. We might actually get some information about how things spread over time. It could be that the wave of COVID is just hitting those outer reaches now, that it's already passed through us. That'd be interesting, just for an animation.
Yeah, I'll have to see.
I'm glad you mentioned that the kids vaccine. My kids tried to get in there, and it actually sold out in, I think, under an hour. And it brought me a question I had for Jordana was, do you think we're going to be offering more sooner and to cohorts? I've heard that, I think I shared an article that in New York they're actually doing mobile clinics, and they're actually going to the cohorts of people. For instance, if you could go to a football practice or the theater rehearsal, for instance, this Friday, you could probably vaccinate most of the kids there who are qualified. And I'm just wondering if we have the ability to do that. And I guess it comes down to having the vaccines. But I know there are a lot of kids who didn't manage to get into that first batch who would love to be on there, and their parents would too.
Yeah, Greg, I think that's going to get talked about at the Board of Health meeting. I think the short answer is yes. All of these options are being worked on or implemented. One of the challenges right now with the Pfizer vaccine, which I understand is changing, and this will be part of the discussion at the Board of Health, is the packaging of the vaccine. That it was coming with so many doses that when you have the smaller numbers, you couldn't effectively push it out. I think some of the communities are able to do the mobile clinics and hit the younger kids right now, are able to probably do a higher number of doses. But I did hear this morning from Carly, I think she'll be expanding on that on Thursday, is that they are repackaging that vaccine into smaller
Doses.
whatever doses or such, so that you can justify those more mobile and serving those smaller populations. So that's good news.
What about
and that
parental
will help us
signature
out.
and authorization for minors?
Well, you got to do all that too.
So a parent would have to be there.
Correct. Yeah. So, in terms of what's going to be discussed, and this is very summary, this is going to be discussed in more depth at the Board of Health meeting. But basically, staff's recommendations are all focused on post May 27th. You know, the recommendation is to stick with our dial and our current public health order through the 27th. That's part of the consistency that was built with some of the other rural resort communities. And really what's being discussed is what would be effective on May 28th. They're going to be, the staff is recommending that the indoor mask order basically be maintained post May 28th with some exceptions. Currently, the state public health order allows unmasked indoor gatherings if there's proof that 80% of the attendees have been vaccinated. We're looking to mirror that, but adding either a suggestion or a requirement of a negative test for the other 20%. So that's going to be a recommendation and a decision point put in front of the Board of Health. I'll just run through these and then we can talk about them.
So it's both the 80-20, 80 vaccinated, 20% with some.
Yeah, 80% vaccinated.
Negative testing.
And then the question is, do you require or recommend a negative test for the remaining 20%? Of course, as we discussed last time, we'll be continuing case investigation and quarantine isolation protocols per CDC guidance. That those won't be going away, but all other previous kind of requirements then, staff is recommending that as we go into the summer with these higher vaccination rates, that we move away from the requirements. So that would include any capacity limitations in businesses as well as social distancing. We would still have event safety plans. They become more of a tool for large gatherings to promote safe behaviors. Similarly, business safety plans would be adapted. The recommendation is to adapt those into a business toolkit for best practices around COVID. There will be a recommendation with these decreased requirements to discontinue the 5-star program, as well as the traveler responsibility code. Staff will be recommending that there's a snapback provision similar to what the state is looking at around measures of serious illness. That will be looking at hospitalizations and ICU bed utilization in our RETAC region, which is a combination of Northwest counties. I'd have to pull up the map. I can't remember. I think it's 9 or 11 counties, multiple hospitals, as well as our local hospital capacity. We would maintain tracking incidence rate data, all the data that we've been tracking as a potential leading indicator through that. And then, as I mentioned at the beginning, it's going to be staff's recommendation to keep everything that we're doing now with the dial and the restrictions in place through the 27th. So again, this is a summary. These will be discussed in a little bit more detail, but I was hoping this was enough detail for the board so that you could discuss with your members on the Board of Health any perspectives that you want to share before that meeting on Thursday. The other thing I would note is you will be making Board of Health appointments at tomorrow's meeting. So the other decision item that's not public health order related is going to be choosing officers for the Board of Health. So there will be a nomination process and such. I'm not sure if you all want to talk about that.
Okay. Thoughts and questions? Greg, then Steve.
Yeah, thanks. I'm murky on, well, there's so much to be murky about, but I appreciate this. I like what I see. I think that we would probably get a fairly positive response from what I've heard, just with a conversation with Michael Goldberg, who has a restaurant and a nightclub, that requiring proof of the negative test seemed to be something, a bar that I think he was willing to accept fairly readily, if I'm not mistaken. And then the other question I had is the hospitalization metrics for this region in the West, which includes hospitals in very remote areas, as well as hospitals in more with higher transients of tourism. Just, I don't know, does this make sense? Is this really the best metric for reinstating restrictions for our own community? Are there any other possibly better metrics that we could take than hospitalizations across such a broad region? And I'm not, I'm going to question it, but I'm certainly not questioning the argument that they're going to make in response. But I'm just wondering, how did they arrive at that? If there's an outbreak in Rangeley or someplace in their hospital due to sheep herders all getting sick, is that going to affect us? Or is our high traffic transient tourist population getting sick going to affect them? And does that make sense?
Yeah, so let me take both of those in order. So public health staff has been working with sector groups. And there's a lot, I think, to the point that you're making, Greg, there's actually a lot of energy out there about these different sectors taking responsibility for their own safety measures. So there will be a presentation about those different recommendations at the Board of Health meeting. So you're absolutely right. And so the Board of Health will be informed by those sector groups and some of the things that they're looking at implementing. In terms of the hospital capacity, no, it's not perfect to use the RETAC, but it makes sense for a few reasons. One, these are regions that were previously established, and we have already have data mechanisms there so that we know what the capacities are versus trying to create our own. They do make some sense regionally because typically what happens, especially in a high altitude community like us, if there is a serious COVID hospitalization, the protocol is to try and move those individuals to lower elevations where there's more oxygen. And so that tends to first go regionally. For example, St. Mary's Hospital in Grand Junction. And so if, one hospital's capacity in say Rangeley, like you said, probably would not impact greatly that overall capacity. But if we do see some of our larger regional facilities starting to fill up, that could very quickly affect us here in Pickens County. And that's why we're looking at those regions. If we were starting from scratch, would we draw the RETAC regions exactly the way they're drawn right now? Maybe not, but that is what's existing, and we have ready data for it. Does that make sense? Or did that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. That helps. You reminded me of so many conversations we've had over the course of the pandemic, so that was helpful. Thank you.
Yeah.
Is there any other information that will be shared regarding children's vaccinations or the volume of the Pfizer beyond what we've talked about already?
Yeah,
I know
yeah.
that's of great interest here.
I think Carly has probably forgotten more about that than I ever knew, so I think there'll be a better update at the Board of Health meeting on that.
Steve, and then Patty?
So one question, first of all, on the indoor mask order, does the proof of negative test include proof of vaccination, completion of vaccination? It seems to me like it should include that if people can prove they've been vaccinated, show their vaccination card. To me, that should be included in that, something for the Board of Health to consider. Also, in terms of restaurants or stores for that matter, if all the employees in the store have been vaccinated, for instance, that should be an important thing to note and a goal to strive toward, because that would help them to stay open and prevent the spread. Because the one common people who are there all the time are the employees, and if they get exposed and then pass it on to other customers, that could be a major vector for spreading the virus. But if they've all been vaccinated, their chance of spreading it is greatly diminished at that point. So, do you have any thoughts on that, John, in terms of proof of vaccination?
Yeah, so in order to drop the mask requirement for indoor, there does need to be proof of vaccination for at least 80% of the participants. Then for the remaining 20%, the real question is, are we recommending or requiring proof of a negative test? So if you have been vaccinated, you don't need to get a negative test. That's okay. Not the, yeah.
Okay. And then, looking at the big picture, I've been watching what's happening in India, where they only have about 1% of their population has been fully vaccinated. We're in really good position here with such a high percentage vaccinated, but to me, that's maybe the most important metric right now, is what percentage of the population has been vaccinated. Is almost more important than any of the other metrics in terms of where you are on the dial. And yet it doesn't count on the metrics that you look at on the dial, but in terms of getting us into the green zone, I'm sure that's a large part of it, is our high rate of vaccination. In India, they have a new variant there. They're calling it the Indian variant, that has 3 mutations in it, and it just is spreading so easily and seems to be not responding as well to the vaccinations. What I see coming for us is working on start needing to get booster shots to account for the different variants of this. The booster shots, if we don't finish our initial vaccination thing, the booster shots are going to be overlapping with still trying to get people their first vaccinations. So I think it would behoove us to try to get us, if we can, sort of complete the first vaccination round, and to have a breather before we have to start doing, the booster shot for the variants. So that we don't have to plan for that right now, but looking forward to it, I think that's probably going to be a scenario where we have to deal with.
Yeah, and that's something that we've been talking about. Obviously, we don't have specific information yet about what that might look like and when it might come. We don't obviously think before the summer, but it could be a pre-winter season issue for us. So we'll keep looking at that. And we are working with employers, Steve, to your other point, and offering to do for groups that pull together, hotels, restaurants, what have you, to set up those smaller clinics, as Greg was saying, at places of business to get vaccines into arms.
Thank you. Patty?
No, I'm good.
Yeah, okay, Greg?
Thank you, Kelly.
So do we want to give me direction regarding what would our board like me, how would they like me to vote regarding the recommend or require regarding the negative test for?
I sort of have some more questions, if that's okay, Greg, and then I'll make sure we revisit your request.
And there may be other questions too that you want me to weigh in on.
Yeah, I'm just struggling to understand how this sort of all is going to fit together. So I am just a little confused, and so there's an indoor event. We are not requiring social distancing. The event will have to put a safety plan, submit a safety plan that could comply with whatever this recommendation is, to have proof of 100% of guests one way or another on this 80-20 split. So is that what we're, like, I guess, expecting to see? And that would be for like an event, but then, retail and restaurants, they wouldn't have the same type of event plan. They could just have 100% capacity. And the masking would just be when you're circulating. You're not actually there, when you're eating and everything. So there could be times where everybody's masked, except for, I guess, ostensibly the folks working there not eating. And then is there any program or any interest, I guess, from the business community to like signal to the public like how they're being safe if we're getting rid of the 5-star program? I just, I'm sort of like thinking about what does the summer look like, and I'm like, okay, so my expectation is that anywhere I'm going to go is going to be 100% full of people, and there's going to be varying degrees of whether masks are present or not present, and so just trying to manage the expectation there, and so people can sort of self-decide based on that, do I want to do this or not do this, and what is my risk threshold?
No, I think you're understanding it pretty well. This is a really big pivot from where we've been over the last year, where we've been trying to regulate to a pretty specific set of capacities, standards, and requirements around preventing COVID. This is a pivot back to public health, more in a traditional role of advising on best practices to protect health and protect community health, but not necessarily having requirements. And then the private sector picking up, and you as a consumer making a choice. Do I feel, is this a place I feel comfortable going into? Are they, do they have good table spacing? Do they, am I going to sit outside? But not necessarily putting the same types of limitations on the idea that the combination of higher vaccination rates that protect against serious illness, as well as continuing, we'll still try and keep our case investigation and contact tracing infrastructure in place to identify outbreaks if they're happening. But it will be, it's not about the rules now. And so it will be more about the getting vaccinations out, relying on the protective nature of those. And if in fact they are not protecting from serious illness, then we would snap back to those requirements.
Well, I guess that's another question I have is, managing the expectation of, I have a hard time seeing that we're not going to get to a point in the summer where we might need to reinstate some restrictions. I hope that's not the case. You know, our last summer's numbers were nowhere near our winter numbers were, so maybe that will not be the case, you know, and I'm hopeful for that. But I do just want to like manage the expectation of, are we going back to the dial then? Like, is it, you know, is that what that looks like? Or will there be a whole new Pickens County kind of metric standard created related to the hospitalizations?
So the metrics around hospitalizations will be different. So we're not going to rely on incidence rate anymore, because that's not necessarily as much a measure. You could have breakthrough cases with vaccines, for example, but the real question is it are you in danger of serious illness?
Yeah,
So
it's the severity of the case.
it's the severity,
Right,
the morbidity.
but so are we
of it.
assigning severity to level blue, level yellow, level orange, you know,
No,
or is
so-
it
and
something,
this
a
is-
totally different schema?
Right. And so this is the risk, right? Is we think there's less likelihood because of vaccines, but if you do see those serious measures, you're snapping back to more of an orange or red kind of restriction at that
It would
point.
depend on
Yeah.
the level.
Because by that point, once hospital capacity has started to get affected, particularly by COVID, you have to have a serious effort to reduce community spread. So if that reduced likelihood is realized, the impact is higher in terms of our snapback to COVID restrictions.
But
So
Kelly's
that's the
bigger
trade-off.
question, really, Kelly, what causes me, the question you asked about the grocery store is not gonna require you to have a vaccine or a negative test to go in. It's an event, right?
Right, and so the grocery store, though, would be a place that
wear a
masks
mask.
would be required.
And a restaurant, because they're not gonna, unless they choose to say you can come in our restaurant if you've had, show proof of vaccine or negative test. A restaurant could choose to do that, but it's not like they have to have that's why I think having the, adapting and kind of tweaking and continuing our event safety plan is critical, and people have been doing it, and I think it's worked well.
And we are seeing the summer as a little bit of a safer time to experiment with seeing how the vaccines and our higher vaccination rates do protect before we go into winter season, which we've already seen is definitely a riskier season for us.
Yeah, I guess I'd still, I don't know. I mean, yeah, there's very smart people on the Board of Health. I fully appreciate you'll have a thorough dialogue, but I guess what I'm missing a little bit here is that there's any sort of what is the indication from the private sector to the public of like, oh, we continue to take this seriously and you can feel safe here. I'm just not sure that is being retained, and you know, if there's no meat behind it, then it doesn't matter. So I don't want any kind of false promises anyway. But I do think that is missing. I think there will be some demand in the public of like, okay, how do I know before I decide to engage here that I can feel good about doing so?
So there is going to be, and that's part of why we do have these sector groups presenting about what are they doing to ensure the safety and ability to stay open. So I didn't include all of that in here, one, because it's not mine, and I knew we had limited time, so I cut it down to 3 slides and a big summary. But there is, I think, a commitment that's going to be talked about at the Board of Health in terms of the messaging coming through ACRA, the kind of common kind of practices around the 5 commitments to containment, or how we're going to be responsible to each other at different sectors like performing arts venues and such, that will have some consistency but won't necessarily be required or enforced by public health. It's now kind of the private sector picking
Well, and then that
up.
brings me to a question about your first point here and what Greg has asked for feedback on. Are any governments making these requirements? Is this Pickens County sort of setting off on our own in
So,
this, in requiring the proof
for
of vaccination
Recommending it,
and the
yeah.
negative tests?
So the state order right now does the mask order that's in place. Will it be in place this summer? We don't know. Does have this exception for the 80% vaccinated. If we require proof of a negative test versus recommending it, that would be unique to us.
Okay.
And
So
do we
we're-
have access to those testing? Because I know we've cut back. But it's great if you require it or even recommend it, but we don't have really any.
There's a lot of availability
Okay, I
still.
want to make
We-
sure, because I knew we were cutting back on a lot of those.
Yeah, we had 2 sites shut down for the off season, one at the airport and in Snowmass, but we still have
One behind
free
City Hall.
testing available in Aspen, and there's a number of private testing
Okay, just want
options
to make
too.
sure.
Maybe we could like co-house the testing and the vaccine. You can get a test or you can get a vaccine.
Yep.
You know?
We'll do the test first and then the vaccine.
All right, other input. Francie.
So what will this look like? Let's imagine Janus Jazz or whatever it's called now. So you have the big gate where they check to see if you're taking in any bottles and stuff. So then you'll hold up your vaccination card or your negative test and show it to somebody at the gate?
It's outdoor.
No, Francie, they're looking at ticketed sales, and they're different venues have been talking about different mechanisms for uploading that information. There's a number of apps or such out there, but there's not going to be any ticket sales at the, like at a ticket box or such. So it'll be part of that process. And I think everyone's looking at doing that a little bit different. So, for example, I know Belly Up, and they're going to be presenting on Thursday. They will, they basically come back to us and say, hey, here's how we're verifying. We either have this app or we're going to do X, Y, or Z to ensure that our ticketed guests and our limited guests, because you can't have a free-flowing kind of event, right? It's got to be controlled entry and exit, are vaccinated. And there's different processes out there. So we're not going to prescribe
And
that.
then in terms of, so I mean, if you buy your ticket on Monday and you're going to an event on Friday or next week, your negative test won't mean anything next week.
It has to be within 72 hours of the event. I didn't put that on here.
Oh,
Yeah.
so events that sell out, you've got to be vaccinated because you might not get a ticket if you're just doing a negative test, sounds like.
Yep. Yeah, if
And
you,
so, in terms of restaurants, so if you have a restaurant and you want it to be at full capacity, then you have to come in with your vaccination card?
no. There will not be any,
Only large events, what?
yeah, there won't be any distancing requirements, just masking requirements while you're circulating.
So if you want to go to a restaurant, you can be anybody.
Yep.
You don't have to show any passport, a vaccination passport or anything.
Right.
Okay. And then when is it, we only have down to level green and we don't have anything below green. So when do we get out of all of this, period?
Well, this,
I mean, like when can commissioners come to work and walk in the door without their mask and talk to each other and sit down and have a meeting? I mean, we don't have any levels that are not restricted.
Other communities
So
do.
what are the metrics for not being restricted?
yeah, so,
I mean, maybe you don't know, and I'm not challenging you, John.
No,
I'm just putting it
I'll-
out there that I'm just curious
I
about.
actually,
There isn't anything.
we've talked about that. One of my favorite questions is, so when is the pandemic over? And who gets to make that decision, right? And that's basically kind of what you're asking, I think, right now. And I think the answer right now is that this is the next step from blue. So this is a pretty significant pivot away and loosening. I think,
Certainly is.
yeah, I would recommend to this board that you maintain both your emergency declaration related to the pandemic as well as public health orders with a snapback provision until nationally, at a minimum, we've reached some level of herd immunity, particularly because we're a community that gets so much visitation. We've seen that we're at higher risk. Internationally, we're probably years off from that, but nationally, once we've reached some level of herd immunity, which unfortunately, Colorado's doing okay, but I don't think all states are doing okay. So we've probably still got a little while before that metric's reached. But until then, and as long as we have people circulating nationally and international visitors, we probably need to be taking some level of precaution, particularly because of the variants, as Greg mentioned, that may be more effective at getting around those vaccines. And so when is it over? I think when we've achieved better vaccination rates and immunity at a national level.
Patty,
Well, there's a lot of predictions that we'll never meet herd immunity
Maybe.
in this country.
Yeah,
So,
but
I mean, I don't mean time-wise, when I'm just like,
Yeah.
there isn't anything published anywhere from the CDC or the
Nope.
state of Colorado or anywhere about what's below zero. It just goes down to zero. There's no negative numbers. It's just like goes to the bottom of green and that's it.
Yeah.
So it's just something to keep in mind that, there aren't any metrics for that yet. So I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, it's a hard one to know off the top. But we've been answering it with when can we achieve some level of herd immunity, either through natural immunity and vaccinations or vaccinations. Sorry, Patty, I think I cut you off.
No, I just.
Patty, then Greg.
Francie's question about when you go green, but we are doing things different in Pickens County at green level than, say, if Mesa County's not at green, they're at blue right now. But Mesa County's been doing things differently with whatever level they've chosen. Garfield County had chosen to do things differently when they were in orange and they were acting like they were in green. So Pickens County is doing what Pickens County is known for doing, being one step above or two or three steps above and trying to be protective under this pandemic. So we are creating rules, and we were hoping to do it on a regional basis. So if you went to Eagle County, went to Vail, it was pretty close to what we're doing here, just for continuity and consistency with our visitors, our guests, and with employees and residents. So that's why our green is a little different than other greens, because we can do that. We can go stricter. We just can't go more lenient, even though some counties have gone more lenient in violation of the state public health order.
Well, now it's not in violation. It is totally voluntary for counties to have public health orders.
Right.
Except for the masking order.
Right, that's the masking order is
level.
still instead, well, both in some ways on the federal and on the state level.
Greg.
I've just been seeing articles about how a lot of people who have been resistant to getting vaccinated are fairly easily convinced with just a pretty basic incentive. I know that they're talking about offering free Lyft and Uber rides in the cities nationally to get people to vaccination clinics. But also, you keep hearing about how they were resistant to vaccination for a number of reasons until they were offered ball game tickets, and then they went for it. And it's about 35, or a third of the people who are anti or vaccine resistant seem to be convinced that it'd be worth getting a vaccine if they got an incentive. And so my question is, and I think it's possible some of the business people in town may want to talk about it as well, is what kind of incentives can we offer to get that hesitancy? Because that could get us from 65% to over 70% in our extended community, and it may actually help us reach out a vaccination policy into the adjoining counties. If there's an incentive to be vaccinated, if you're coming this way, I'd love us to consider that.
I was thinking like a, late night free party or something for the restaurant crowd when they all get off and, whatever bar they go to for last call and something like that.
I was thinking of a toaster oven, Greg.
Can't get off this toaster oven. Steve.
How about free parking at the airport? Let's see, going back to the event thing, people will get their ticket. Maybe it's an electronic ticket or something, but what I see happening is that these are going to have a high price to them, and people are going to be giving their tickets to their friends because they can't go to the event, so they're going to give their ticket to somebody who's not been vaccinated or might be sick right then, who are going to go to an event. So an essential part of that whole thing is a proof of identity when they go in the door to the event with their ticket showing that they meet the qualifications.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And if we don't do that, then people will be giving their IDs to a friend who looks similar to them in the picture. People are going to game this some people will game it as much as they can. So it's not going to be 100% foolproof by any means, but I think requiring proof of identity at the door or the entrance to the venue is going to be important.
Okay.
Going to be interesting. So,
Greg, do you need further? Patty, do you need further?
No, I don't.
discussion?
Greg, I have one more question about the agenda, though. What is and I sit on the ACRA board, and I don't know what the ACRA presentation is going to be. Is it about events?
It's covering multiple sectors.
Okay.
I don't have it up in front of me right now, Patty,
Okay.
but yeah, it will cover multiple sectors.
Okay, because it'd be interesting. Francie, you had mentioned cutting the numbers of events. Food and Wine usually sells 5,000 tickets. They've cut it down to 2,500, and it's sold out within maybe not even days. So, and they're going to have the same, close to the same number and types of venues as part of Food and Wine, but with half the amount of people. I don't know what they're doing for vaccines and negative tests, because when you're in that big tent with a lot of people, you can't have a mask on because you're drinking and eating and wandering. So I'm sure Debbie will answer that at tomorrow's or at Thursday's meeting. Greg and I can bring that information back to the board next Tuesday.
Yeah,
right. You think, boy, cutting their attendance from 5,000 to 2,500 represents millions of dollars of revenue that they're foregoing. You think that they would be offering incentives to get vaccinated. If they were vaccinated, they could be at a much higher level, you'd think. But we'll wait to hear about that. But I want to make sure I'm clear. Are we recommending or requiring proof of a negative test with this 80-20 thing? And I'm looking for board input.
I would vote for recommend the requiring, unless we can make it really easy for people to go get tested and within a 3-day time period actually have the result of the test. And I don't know how long the test results are taking nowadays. I wouldn't even know where to go get tested at this point personally.
Well, Steve, if there was a concert that you really, really wanted to go to in a couple of weeks, you'd probably figure that out, though, right? You'd probably figure out how to get tested so you could go to the concert. So I think there's a carrot involved here to incentivize people, and that may be what we need, whether it's to get the vaccine or to get the thing. If you want to attend the event, get the vax, or get the test, or don't come. You have 3 choices.
Hattie?
Yeah, the other thing, though, too, is it's really dependent upon who is hosting the event. They can say, yeah, we're going to do this, and it's required that you get a negative test, or it's required and it's required, or you have a vaccine, proof of vaccine. But they can also say, we're holding the event and everybody has to wear a mask, right, John? This is only about wearing a mask or not wearing a mask to an indoor event.
Correct.
So the person who's putting that event on, say it was the jazz thing, at the basement of the Little Nell, they can say, this event, you all have to be vaccinated. This event, you all have to be vaccinated and or show a negative test result. Or this event, everybody wears a mask. So that's really up to the person putting on the event.
So you're saying, I think that's a good argument. I would support the board if they wanted to require that, because there are other options for hosting events.
If they want to require what?
The vaccination and testing.
The 80-20, or it could be 90-10, depending on if they had 90% that had vaccine, then only 10% would have to show proof of a negative test.
Right.
Or the event, just you had to wear a mask. I mean, it's not that big a deal. You can still have the event, but everybody wears a mask.
So an outside event doesn't require anything necessarily?
In a controlled environment, it may relate it to an event safety plan that they work on with public health, Francie. But it looks like the recommendation is moving towards an indoor masking requirement.
And it's an event, not going grocery shopping.
I just have to say, I can't wait to go back to the belly up and do shots and scream at the band and dance my butt off and, would be like the first person to sign up for that, feeling it was like a super safe environment.
And she'd take her free Uber ride home for getting vaccinated with her toaster oven.
All right. So, any other?
I'm not really clear. I'm not very clear on that didn't really go very
okay.
well.
Steve wants to recommend, Kelly wants to require. Francie, where are you? Recommend or require?
I don't know.
Kelly was a require, so I'm probably on the require side of this as well.
And you guys are going to have good debate, and you have very smart, medically oriented people on the board who I feel comfortable with this decision too.
I'll help you at the meeting, Greg, once I hear the rest of the conversation, okay?
Steve.
Okay. Steve has his hand up, but I did have another question.
So, Greg, I would say to require proof of negative test for up to 20%, or everybody wear masks. That would be the requirement. If they don't... Everybody, because you don't know, you're not just going to have the 20% who haven't been vaccinated wearing a mask. How are you going to police that? You're going to need to have everybody wear a mask. So that would be, to me, a
part of the
way to
discussion.
do the requirement wording.
Yeah, it's part of the discussion on Thursday.
Are we talking inside or outside?
Inside.
Inside events only.
And so actually one possibility is that you can go to an inside event and nobody will have masks on?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Well, that's scary.
If nobody has masks on, but they have to have a proof of a negative test or
be
proof of vaccination.
Yeah, I got that part. Wow, okay.
Okay, so I feel pretty clear now. Thank you. The other thing that's going to come up is that, at our previous Board of Health meeting, Tom Kurt kind of nominated Markey, to chair, and we all voted, sure, that'd be great if she were to take on chairing again.
Right.
But she's no longer in a position to be able to chair because she's the alternate, I believe, for Snowmouse. So we're going to have to vote on a chair.
Correct.
I'm listening for comments on that, and I don't know who will be nominated. I wasn't planning on nominating myself. If I was nominated, I'd certainly stand and see what people thought, but I'm guessing other people will be brought forward also. But I think we should have a discussion about this, just to know your thoughts. If you really don't think I should be there, you're welcome to say it now.
Patty.
Yeah, I think it should be one of the three electeds because they're the only ones with the experience of running a meeting. It's not an easy meeting to run. That's why Marky did such a great job. But the other members of this board, of the Board of Health, have never really had, actually didn't really have experience being on a board such as this. So I think it should be either Tori or Greg or Bill Mattson, but I think that'll be discussion. So Greg, I think it's gonna fall back to you, and I would fully support that.
I'll defer to the Board of Health on that decision. Other thoughts on that? Steve, did you?
Well, I agree. I've been at so many meetings where nobody will even make a motion or second it because they're not used to being in meetings. They don't know how meetings operate. Most people are that way, and only the elected officials have been the ones consistently in a meeting where it's being run by rules, and you don't delay making a motion or seconding it. You do it quickly. Same reasoning. I think the chairman of the Board of Health should be someone who's used to running a meeting in that fashion, in a very keeping time, running it in an organized fashion, that sort of thing. And there's 3 people there, or at least 2, Tori and Greg, who have been there running meetings. Bill is still new at running meetings as the mayor, so he might not be as good at it. But I would see either you or Tori being the 2 best candidates for it, Greg.
All right, that's the conversation I wanted to have, just to see where y'all came down on it, and any other comments, fine. And I guess we'll see what happens on Thursday.
All right. I don't think we have any other COVID stuff, other open discussion. Steve?
So we were going to revisit or just confirm our vote on the Planning and Zoning Board recommendation.
Did you want to do that today or when we discuss it tomorrow?
Well, tomorrow we were going to revisit it during the work session today.
Okay. Sorry, thank you.
Kind of refresh our memory. So the situation was, everybody wanted to have Justin Nyberg and Suzanne Caskey to be regular members of the P&Z. That therefore aces out one of the 3 regular members, and it was sort of tentatively decided that it was going to be James Vashansky who was the one eliminated. Then I looked at, I was looking at the interviews and whatnot, and I'm just not sure who I would even eliminate from the 3 members who are the current members. But our plan was to replace James Vashansky and not have him be on the P&Z anymore.
Okay. Steve, did you, is that a recommendation, is that an appointment that you would like to change? Because that's how I believe it is worded for tomorrow.
I'm totally impressed with Justin Nyberg and Suzanne Caskey. I'd like to, like everyone else, I'd like to have both of them on there. The only other thing I could think of is, and I don't know if we ever figured out if we could add another alternate position on the P&Z or not. I don't know where we are on numbers and what the bylaws say and that sort of thing.
How many members are we at? 9?
Yeah.
I think there's a reason why we couldn't. I can't remember what that reason was. I think I might
I
have
don't
asked
know the
John
answer
Ely
to that
about
off the top of my head.
I think maybe the Home Rule Charter limited the number to 9 maximum, but I don't know if that was regular members or total regular and alternates or what.
I think it's total, but we should have that clarified for tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, and if we could add one more member or one more alternate, I think that could be perhaps the best solution. But if we go forward with what is in the resolution right now, where James, it would be eliminated. I would vote for that tomorrow, but I think we need to be prepared for that discussion tomorrow.
Yep. I'll just say I still have concerns about the balance of the voices on the board and P&Z. And so part of this effort for me is trying to have that be more reflective of the community at large. So retaining the same number of voices and adding new ones, I'm not sure gets us there, but, okay. And any other, so we'll keep that in mind for tomorrow. We'll find out the answer to the alternates question on P&Z, and we'll have we'll pull that off of the consent agenda, I'm sure.
I have two really quick ones.
Yeah, Patty, go ahead.
I don't know if anybody else received the email, Steve, you might have, about the Christmas tree lights in Old Snowmass. Did anybody follow up with staff on that? Because I don't want to be redundant to staff. I got it when I was in California, so.
I think I forwarded to John and maybe Cindy,
Okay.
just saying, we have a code enforcement officer. Maybe I didn't send it to you, John. You may have been out of town. I can't remember now. I'm sorry, but I did forward it.
Okay, then I'll just.
I didn't see it. What is it?
I'll send it to Charlotte and have her get it out, but I'll just respond back to the person who sent it and said we're following up with staff rather than bother staff with another email. The other one, did anybody get a call from Jenny Parker about leasing her ag land? She called because apparently her son, I think it's her son, is no longer going to use that parcel. She wanted to know if we had any ideas for who might want to lease it at a low dollar value. I was going to send her to Paul Hosinger and see if anybody who submitted a lease application to the county and didn't get awarded a lease might be interested. Just wanted to run that by the board before I did that. I was also going to send it to Ed and Vardy. Yeah?
Is that an open space parcel? Who owns
No,
the
it's
parcel?
Jenny's private property. It's Jenny's private property.
Jenny's, okay.
So I'll just
yeah,
follow up with,
refer-
I'll just send her, I'll just refer her to Paul and to Ed and Vardy, in case Ed knows of any young farmers in the valley who might be looking for some space.
Well, Paul kind of is our official guy.
Yeah.
You send it to Ed, and then you're sending it to a potential contender. So maybe just Paul is what I might suggest.
Okay, well, Ed's not looking to lease anything else. Yeah,
Patty, another person to send that to would be Jennifer Ghirardelli, however she pronounced her name, from the Roaring Fork Farmers, is the secretary.
okay, and I know Ed's part of that, so that's a better idea. So Greg,
Yeah, you could send it to me, and then I could forward it to her.
I think I have her in my email.
Yeah, and they oftentimes will have employment opportunities or land lease opportunities available for people.
Okay.
And that would get it out to the whole broad spectrum of people on the email list real quickly.
I'd like
Francie?
to recommend that somebody else send it on, Patty, because we've been pretty criticized for the whole agricultural lease thing, and so if you send it on to a certain number of people, but not everybody, it could just really come back to bite you. I would recommend that you ask the owner to send it on.
I'm
to
gonna
somewhere.
give Jenny these numbers and have her do it. I'm gonna refer Jenny to these two contacts, because those are the only two I can think of. Just ask her if she wants to reach out and contact them. But that's Francie, I'm not gonna do the contacting I'm not gonna lease the property myself. I'm gonna let Jenny do it.
And what is the thing about the Snowmass Christmas lights, Patty?
Yeah. It's a lady whose neighbor has had his Christmas lights up continuously for 2 years. Apparently,
Oh my God.
allegedly.
And on?
I'm
Yes.
assuming so, but it's already been sent to staff. I will just let this party know that its staff has been forwarded this information, and she should be expecting a contact from somebody in community development.
Yeah, there's one other light, a nuisance light thing, and it's on Capitol Creek Road. The house in question is in the upper Snowmass Creek caucus area, and it's kind of a sticky situation, like whose turf is it? And it's, just a lighting ordinance enforcement kind of a question, and I don't even know who to talk to. The caucus has been talking about it some, and I've sort of just been letting them deal with it and try to figure it out. But who should they send that, a complaint to on that, John?
just to ComDev, and I just send it to
Code
ComDev, and they
enforcement,
send
yeah.
it on to whoever's doing enforcement these days.
Mhm.
Okay, any other items for open discussion?
Thanks for
Greg?
that, guys.
Just briefly, I just want to say, through the core board and through some other contacts, a group is formed that's initiating, exploring, trying to locate the coal bed methane leaks in Coal Basin, west of Redstone in the Thompson Divide. It's been attempted before without much success, but an effort has been redoubled after some very bright people from School of Mines and others have gotten involved, and think that if we could actually find point sources of methane in Coal Basin, we could have a huge, significant impact on the amount of carbon emissions equivalent from methane for our entire county. It's possible that the methane emissions from Coal Basin are 1.5 to maybe 3 times the entire carbon emissions of Pitkin County residents' activity and visitors. It's huge. And so an effort has been initiated to look for the sources of this. Probably with a grant will be made from private individuals to CORE, is my guess, or somehow to help pay for that. And then hopefully we'll come up with, well, the good answer will be we can actually find this and figure out how to flare it or actually turn it into power with electric power and water. Water is also a byproduct, fresh water. Just wanted to let you know about that. That's pretty exciting on the climate and carbon mitigation front. And additionally, I was invited and had an opportunity today to speak with a group of other commissioners and the mayors from around the entire western United States to Secretary Haaland, Department of Interior, Holland, I should say Holland. I keep saying Haaland, it's Holland. And we were talking about the 30 by 30 plan and the CORE Act and the America the Beautiful plan that Biden's put forward. And I found myself, I didn't want to brag, but I found myself bragging about the progressive things that Pitkin County has done. And I think we could all congratulate ourselves for such innovative things as open space and trails funds and healthy rivers funds, and the way we're supporting doing the right thing regarding agriculture and open space, and the way we've been supporting the Forest Service in the hiring of their rangers. And I also was gratified to see that several other counties around the West are doing similar sort of work. It's important and valuable work for protecting public lands, reducing carbon emissions, and we'll be hearing more about it, but there will be more listening sessions. And I did invite Secretary Holland to come visit us, so I'm just warning you all to dust off your suit coat. She didn't say when.
And real
Thank you.
quick, Greg, I want to thank you and your family for cleaning up the highway. I did receive a call from someone when I was in California about there's so much trash and what's Dalwhinnie doing. So if they don't have a contractor now, again, can't we take the signs down?
By dark of night.
Well, and so let's not flare that methane too bright, because we won't have the dark skies in which to do that in Pitkin County.
Steve?
So the Snowmass Capitol Creek Caucus is going to be doing a 1 mile stretch of highway from Lazy Glen to just above Old Snowmass very soon, trying to follow the CDOT's rules for doing it the proper way, which you can't just go out and do it on your own. You have to kind of get their okay on it. But
Right. Steve, CDOT will give you vests and bags and signs and all that if you set it up with them. And I do know there are people in Snowmass Creek who sent me a note and said, hey, I want to be involved in this. So when you make your plan, make sure to post it to me somehow or put it on Facebook or something, because you'll get more volunteers if you do. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm done. Thanks, Kelly.
All right.
Oh, and that does bring up, Kelly.
Yeah, go ahead.
John, the request, I think I would like to propose another county employee, if there's any bandwidth left for volunteerism, to do another highway cleanup day. The stretch from the airport to Shale Bluffs is really looking bad. And so if we could do a repeat on that at some point, but I know it's a unique year.
Yeah, no, I'll talk,
put that in the hopper.
I think we had airport staff on that last year, and so
that
let
stretch.
me talk to Rich, and we'll give Dan a break from it just yet.
Oh, he might enjoy it.
I thought Rich told me they just did one pretty recently
I
because it
think-
was so bad and it
I
can
think
affect the
they did
planes.
too. That's why I need to double check. So,
All right, pick up your trash, folks. Okay.
Okay.
I do
Any other
have
items?
one more
Okay.
item, and we
Yeah.
can talk about it tomorrow. I just wanted to let you know I did hear back from Redstone, the request for funding on
Yeah.
the, and I've got some more questions. If we have time at tomorrow's open discussion, I'll try and bring it back. But
Okay.
their nonprofit did vote to manage the dollars, any dollars that you grant. They have upped their request to $15,000 now, and that's what
From 10 or
I'm
8?
I'm
or something?
sussing out. Yeah. So
It's pretty expensive.
That's extensive.
Expensive money that they requested.
that's what it looked like to me as invoices, but I think they're bids, so I'm gonna clarify that too. It looks like now they have a total cost of around 19,000, and they're asking for 15,000 from the board. But I just wanted to let you know that hasn't dropped through the cracks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, last call. Seeing none, I will see you all tomorrow at noon.
We
Thank
will be
you.
here.
Thank you to the public. We'll be here at noon for our regular work session tomorrow, May 12th. And thank you to Grassroots.
Thanks. Thank you, Grassroots. Thank you.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.